have the opportunity, some who did not have the opportunity to introduce yourselves, Sarah, Tuli, Cassandra, Alexis, Josette, and Cynthia. Please do so when you have a chance. We are running a bit behind, and if you can at least introduce yourselves in the chat, and we'd love to hear from you as the day goes along. I wanted to just speak a little bit about women in leadership at Antioch.
Before you do that, Joe, I think Sarah has said she can now. She can introduce herself. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Joe. Can you guys hear me okay?
You are sounding good.
Yes. Okay, good. My name is Sarah. I'm in Lakewood, California. When I think of a female leader, immediately I think of Michelle Obama, how just eloquently she presented her truth, how effortlessly she led, how vulnerable she was. I really was like, I couldn't think of anybody else at that moment. So that's who I think of. And yeah, that's it, right? Did you want to learn more about me?
No, that's good. If that's all you want to share, that is wonderful.
That's it. Happy to be here.
Thank you.
I also see that Dylan is out there. So if you have not had a chance to introduce yourselves, please do so as the day evolves, and we'll go from there. So I'm just going to say a word about women leaders at Antioch, and there are many, so I can't speak to all of them, but I can say a few words about the person I wanted to focus on, who's Rebecca. It's pronounced Pennell, but it looks like her name should be pronounced Pennell. Rebecca Pennell was the first female college professor in the United States, and she served at Antioch College over 100 years ago. In fact, there's a house named the Pennell House on the college campus in her honor. What distinguished Antioch from other places that allowed both men and women and Black and white students was, from its outset, Antioch admitted Black and white and male and female students as equals. And I want to emphasize that the part as equals, because that was not the tradition in the 19th century. And that has to do with Antioch's commitment to not just equity, where we all feel as though we have the same opportunity, but to equality, where we treat one another with mutual respect and honor. I really love the comments I heard so far today. They were really powerful, and they speak to who each of you are, and they speak to what this community is, which is a collection of empowered women who feel their voice, who speak with clarity, distinction, and honor. I don't want to occupy too much time. I put a link to the history of Rebecca Pennell, in the chat, and I'm just going to stop right there. So enjoy the day, and it's lovely to see you all here.
Thank you, Joe, for that information. So I'd like to just again welcome you all. I'm excited for this conversation with these presenters that we have here. We also, those of you who are expecting to utilize the reflection form, Vanessa will be putting the reflection in our chat, the link to the reflection form. And I think, just on time there. So those of you who need to complete a reflection, you can do so either virtual, you can make time to talk with me, or you can complete this form there that Vanessa has put in the chat. But that should be done by April the 15th. So please mark your calendars if you need to have this completed, please make sure that you have the reflection form submitted and or a scheduled a time to talk with me by April the 15th. So we all know that date as well. So hopefully that will help you to remember to have that information in. So we're going to go ahead and get started. And I'm excited. I am very excited about our first presenter. And she is very special to me. Very, very special to me. And I'm going to introduce to you Dr. Nicola Smith-Key. And she has a lot of information, but I do want to share her bio with you. So Nicola Smith-Key considers herself a change agent, and indeed she is a change agent. She has a deep passion for gender equity and equality. She holds a PhD, and I should know this, from Antioch University's Leadership and Change. She was my cohort mate, my sister. And her work and research focuses on the journey of women reaching top policing executive positions, untangling the complex factors that allowed them to succeed or stood in the way. She calls this the web of intersections. Dr. Smith-Key has extensive national experience working with a diverse cross-section of law enforcement agencies. She has deep knowledge and expertise at the intersection of law enforcement, mental health, substance use disorders, and homelessness, helping jurisdictions improve their responses to people in crisis. She is also focused on recruitment, retention, and inclusion of women in law enforcement, with expertise in female professional advancement to executive leadership positions in law enforcement. As a scholar practitioner with multiple years of experience in policy, research, and analysis at the international and local level. Now, I can go on and on about Dr. Smith-Key, but what I really want to tell you is that she is a wonderful human being. She is my sister, and she is a plant lover, let me tell you. So without further ado, I want to introduce you to my sister, Dr. Nicola Nikki Smith-Key.
Thank you, Dr. Falami. My husband told me just yesterday, there are worse things I could be addicted to. I have over 80 plants in my house. So now I transplant and give some away to others. Thank you for having me. I look forward to the discussion. Let me share my screen with you as I work to get started on this. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can. You're good.
Okay. So, saving a seat for a sister, and you'll hear where that name came from. As Dr. Falami said, I am a professional in the policing space. I currently am an executive in residence in the Philadelphia Police Department and a Stonely Fellow with Stonely Foundation in Philadelphia, but I reside in Maryland. Philadelphia is the 4th largest police department, and 18 months ago, it got its first female leader and its first female Black leader. So I'm very proud to be a part of Philadelphia. I was brought in May of 2020 to do reform work, to implement a number of reform work. So at the moment, I'm working at implementing upwards of 10 different efforts over the next 3 years. So I'm here getting ready to take you on this really amazing journey that I experienced over the last few years. So listen while I share with you why it's important to save a seat for a sister. I want to start with this quote from Avra Siegel, who was then Deputy Director of the White House Council of Women and Girls. And this still rings true today. Law enforcement profession will continue to improve as women bring their skills and experience to leadership roles in law enforcement organizations across the country and around the world. Let me further set the stage for you and share some fun facts or not so fun facts you need to know to better understand what you're about to hear. Within the United States, there are approximately 18,000 law enforcement agencies. 75% of those agencies are 50 sworn or less, 50 individuals. Over the last 25 years, there have been only 12% women in policing. And what's even more alarming for me and for many others is that only 3% are in executive leadership positions. So throughout this presentation, you will hear the voices of the participants as much as time will allow. When Dr. Falami asked me to speak at the colloquium, I grappled with what I should share, and I decided to share some of my own research from my dissertation that I did at Antioch University. So participant 20 used these words when I met with her. What it became is when we go into meetings or into luncheons or whatever, I always put my bag on the seat next to me. And when someone says, hey, is this seat taken? I say, it is, I'm sorry. And when I see a woman, whether I know her or not, I go, hey, come, I've saved you a seat. And I say, save a seat for a sister. You have to be at the table or you're going to be on the menu. So that became a movement of saving a seat for a sister. Because research informs us that if you have 3 women on a board, it changes the conversation. If you have 30% of any demographic on a board in an organization, it changes the conversation. So that has come from kind of this evolution of women supporting women. This comfort with, I have this greater responsibility and I would have wanted somebody to do that for me. And that really defined the rest of my research. It's not only something that they talk about in terms of movement, but it's something that they actually do. And I think that's really important to understand the journey of these women. Just a reminder to those who are not speaking to put your microphones on mute. So here's what is happening. And this is not unique to policing. There's bias in hiring, selection practices, and recruitment policies. There's a lack of opportunity for women to advance and a resistance against gender equality, gender integration, and women's involvement. This has all led to a very low percentage of women in policing. And you heard me share some of those numbers with you. And there's a persistent lag in female inclusion and female involvement in leadership positions. Gender inequality and inequity still appears to be a defining aspect of law enforcement. Normally, I start my presentations with asking everyone to close their eyes and tell me, when you hear the term police officer or law enforcement, what comes to mind? And in many situations, typically I hear male, I hear white. And that's the majority of what policing is in the United States. So what is my why? Why was I interested in doing this? For me, it was to gain a better understanding of the really complex journey of women to top executive policing leadership positions. And also to generate knowledge that can help to create a path that may bolster the advancement of these women. So I'm working in the Philadelphia Police Department. I'm also involved and on a steering committee of a national movement called 30 by 30, where agencies are signing on and committing to increasing the number of women in their recruitment class by 30% by the year 2030. So I'm very involved in this space, and I continue to have conversations in this space. So the work that I did was around meaning making. How can I make meaning of the journeys of these women? I did in-depth interviews with 21 executives in policing. They were either commissioners, deputy commissioners, chiefs of police, or deputy chiefs of police. At the end of my interviews, I had over 250 pages, single-spaced interview notes, and I had to go through all this. I use a double methodology, grounded theory and situational analysis, and that allowed me to really dig deep and make meaning of their individual experiences. It's about finding a schema that helped me to structure and analyze the really intricate yet ordinary everyday life of these women. And out of that, 4 dimensions emerged. Wanting change came across as the core dimension. Being visible was extremely important, making opportunities and taking chances. And as I go through, you'll realize and recognize this is not just about policing. We can apply this in so many other professions. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm giving you their own words because I want you to hear their stories. I want you to follow them on their journey. So wanting change for many of these women was the core reason why they got into policing and why they wanted to advance. There are 12%, majority of those women never leave the police officer level. So wanting change is a central and core dimension around which all other major and minor categories, dimensions relate. Their desire for change emerged from several conditions, such as needing change within the profession. They were very candid about that. The strained police community relationships, a palpable atmosphere of discrimination and harassment, and having legitimate power. They recognized that if they weren't at the table, they would be on the menu. They recognized that if they weren't at the table, they wouldn't have legitimate power to make change happen. And so they knew that the only way to achieve this level of change that they sought was to move to the executive level positions that afforded them this legitimate power. Only then would they be able to enact change at a level that would be significant in their own departments, within their own communities, and within the profession. Wanting change is what pushed the participants to increase their visibility, to make opportunities, and to take chances. So being visible came out as a really important thing. As women in any profession, in order to elevate, in order to move up, you have to be visible. So I literally took every ugly job that there was. There was not one single position in the city that I had not worked at some rank. If you talk to almost every woman who have risen to the top, they will tell you this. I've worked every aspect of the organization and agency. It is not a single track. Through a single area of expertise, we must have broad expertise. And I can guarantee you, my male counterparts do not have and will not have to do the same things. So for them, increasing visibility and being seen was a recurring theme throughout the interviews. This was really important for participant 12 and so many others. Participants articulated that in order to get promoted, in order to get assignments, in order to get on special units, to get opportunities, in order to make change, move up the rank, have the power to change the current status quo, they needed to be visible. This visibility was not confined to the department or their immediate surroundings. Being visible meant showing up and out when necessary. It meant being present. It meant being vulnerable. And we heard these terms as we described the women who were important in our lives. It meant being authentic. You got to be visible. You have to step out of your comfort zone, one said to me. You are visible and you have to be accessible, or you should be, like nobody else in the city. So having a seat for a sister was an intentional and strategic act that allowed more women to be both seen and heard, because otherwise they would not have gotten a seat at the table, literally. I've been in sessions, I've been in situations, the men are at the seat, the women are at the periphery. Whether or not the men and women are at the same level, when the women speak, it's as though nobody hears them. The men could say the exact same thing, and it's lauded. So being visible was conditioned on diversity of experiences and exposure and engagement opportunities. They created somewhat of a reciprocal feedback opportunity loop. Being visible not only benefited the participants, but benefited others around them. I remember one participant saying, "You can't be what you can't see." So imagine if they didn't see other women doing where they or being where they wanted to be. But it also caused participants to experience hurt and harm from being discriminated against and harassed. An experience many were able to wade through and come out of on top, staying focused on their larger goal of wanting change. The next dimension, which became really important, was making opportunities. And it's not wanting opportunities or getting opportunities, it's making opportunities. And this is really important. A lot of it was self-initiated. I was taking advantage of every opportunity, even at my own expense. There are certain elite training, leadership programs that executives in police are expected to go, and traditionally, the men are covered. The men are suggested, the men are sent, the men are paid for. A number of the women I spoke to had to pay out of pocket. And this isn't small fees, it's a $10,000 fee. I would pay for training and take online courses. I would do things to improve my ability to compete in the industry. I also made sure that I didn't just expose myself to the police kind of environments. I did a lot of work with corporate, like Coca-Cola, leadership kinds of symposiums and things of that nature, so that I could understand business, because policing is a business. So as the participants moved up the ranks, it became clear that they needed to make opportunities for themselves. But unfortunately, things were not equally available for females as it was for their male counterparts. And even more unfortunate is that for the women of color, it was not as available as it was for their white female colleagues. And they accepted that not all opportunities would be offered to them equally or equitably. They accepted that. And that therefore meant opening their eyes, accepting the reality, and making these opportunities for them. It meant going into spaces and places, even if there was a risk, because if they were successful, it would have brought them that much further. And so, to make opportunities, they had to remain flexible, putting themselves in positions to be lucky. They also recognized that it was never only about self, but making opportunities meant collaborating with others at different levels. It was a practice which benefited the participant as well as others with whom they engaged. Making opportunities led to participants having increased visibility, building a robust resume. And I can tell you, if you ever meet a male officer, ask them if they have a resume. Very few don't. But the women are expected to put together a resume, because at every step of the way, they have to prove what they've done. Some of the women I met literally had to do lawsuits for every rung at the ladder that they went up. And when they got to the top, there was major discrimination. Many of them were in current lawsuits when I interviewed them. So the more they wanted change and the more they became visible through engagement with others, internally or externally, the more they became open to the possibilities that truly existed, opportunities that were not always made clear or accessible to them. And the fourth dimension is taking chances. I mentioned risk earlier. This was a real thing for them. If I had been overly concerned with my bosses not liking me, I wouldn't have taken as many risks, but I wouldn't have been able to open non-traditional doors because I pretty much didn't have a career trajectory in my job that people were supporting me on. So I took risks and tried different things that opened other doors that led to opportunities that I normally wouldn't consider. And this came from one of the very few females who had the opportunity to be the leader of a SWAT. That doesn't exist. There are certain positions that women simply do not get. So taking chances and the way it was conceived of and carried out is highly related to gender. Taking chances means taking risks. It means being strategic, and it means being courageous. It means having grit and determination, which is strengthened by participants' resilience. Policing is a profession that promotes and favors male risk-taking. But it shuns women who try to step into that space, often attaching labels to these women. And I won't bother to give you some of these very degrading labels. Women have much bigger challenge when taking chances compared to their male counterparts. But they knew that despite the high risks, the high stakes, taking chances was needed for career advancement. It was about the willingness to stand up, but also the ability to withstand whatever came their way. It allowed them to get into spaces that otherwise they would not and never have got into. So they understood that taking chances allowed them to learn and to teach others in the process. It was never only about them. And taking chances was important for change to occur. The driving force behind each of the participants moving up the rank to positions of legitimate power. So this is out of grounded theory, and I did a double methodology, as I mentioned, grounded theory and situational analysis. Would I do it again? Absolutely not. Would I encourage anyone? Absolutely not. It was a lot of work. This is the visual that came out of the grounded theory portion of it. The individual experiences. From recruit to executive, they wanted change. And there was a meandering of making opportunities, taking chances, being visible. As they got higher up the rank, their visibility increased. So we have this core dimension, again, of wanting change around which the analysis was centered. That was what drove these women to go where they went. That was what drove them to do all these other things. And it emerged as the main driver. Their complex journeys were supported and facilitated, again, by making opportunities, taking chances, and being visible. The analysis, I would say, revealed this web of connections. And you'll see a little more as I go further. It's never as simple as it seems. It's never as simple as it seems. There's influence, there's impact across the core and primary dimension. I remember one of the participants pointing out feeling completely overwhelmed. And I myself, after hearing their stories of loss, stories of divorce, stories of physical threat, stories of children ripped away from them because they were seen as unfit mothers, because they were more at the police department than others. I remember feeling overwhelmed, and I'm sure I would have called on Dr. Falami and Dr. Q during this time because I was crying, literally crying. And one of the participants said to me, I think your mind and your soul will just help you to write, Miss Nikki. You will tell it the way that you are supposed to tell it. And I have to believe that whatever that looks like and sounds like, it's going to be the right and perfect. And I can't wait to read it. And that's who I got this title from, Saving a Seat for a Sister. So the other part of my analysis was situational analysis. How do you untangle all this complexity? It's not just about being female. It's not just about being in a police department. It's that interaction within the police department and outside of the police department. And situational analysis explored and identified the context in which these women survived and thrived on their journey to executive positions. I hope you can see this. This is what we call a messy map. All this and so much more was brought into this analysis. And I'll call out a few. It's about the police vehicle. These are things we don't think about. It's about uniform. There was one officer from Denver who in 1998 still had to wear the male uniform because they didn't have female uniforms. It's about sexism and ageism. It's about Hollywood. Again, things we never think about. If you recall the films you see, the series you see, they make it seem as though there's so many women in policing and they have so many positions. And it's a false narrative. How do I dig into all of this? How do I dig into being civilian versus sworn? And if you can see, my name is in there because I'm a part of grounded theory and situational analysis. I can't divorce my own life, my own experience from what I'm doing in this study. I'm not coming in with a clean slate. I came in with some experience about discrimination. The accent you're hearing is Jamaican. I'm a Black female immigrant. I'm often asked, what are you doing in policing? With a lot more colorful words mixed in it. But I'm bringing my experience in there. I was on a university campus in Jamaica where sexism was so palpable. I was a part of a student body that literally locked down the university 3 times. That's not something I can walk away from while I'm doing research. So it's all these different elements and factors. What was made clear through this analysis was that there are a multiplicity of factors, of forces that impact the participants' journey. There were different types of maps, and this was called a messy map. And I had to do an ordered map. And out of that ordered map, I did categories and added more elements to it. It was an iterative process. I did museums. I looked at articles. I did social media with many versions of messy maps. This allowed me to examine the situation more critically, more systematically, and more thoroughly. So I'm not only looking at the individuals, I'm not only looking at their individual journey, but I'm looking at the situations in which they found themselves. And what came out of that is really digging deeper into the social elements allowed me to look at the collective entities and the nature of and relationship between those collective entities. It began to connect ways in which the participants organized in the relation to larger structural situations that exist. Many of us pick up our phones and we call 911. We never think about on the ground. We never think about the organization. A local police department is so much different from a university police department, absolutely different from a federal department. I did work in Madison PD, and there were planters, and every city I go, I pay attention to the plants. There were planters there, and depending on the side of the planter that the crime occurred, it belonged to one police department or the other. Nobody thinks of this. We pick up the phone, we call 911, we want our problem solved. There's so much more behind it. So it helped me to illuminate the power dynamics within the universe of discourses. It's not just the police departments themselves, but it's politics. And I say it all the time, there's so much politics involved in policing. Social movements played a part. There was the Me Too movement. There was the Time Up movement. There was the Black Lives movement. All those played a part in how these women advanced and through their journey to the top. The women who led in policing are encompassed in a permeable border that indicates that these women can and do move in and out of this space. They're operating in different social worlds or other arenas. Excuse me, I have to drink some water. And there's an indication of the multiple selves these women navigate each day. So this represents a diversity of realities, of experiences that help to define the individual that becomes a part of who they are in this space and on their journey to becoming an executive leader. And the visual on this diagram makes a difference. The size and placement of each space here is aimed at telling a different story of connection, of influence, of power. There are others that could have been included, but it would have been too much. And that would further elucidate certainly the intricacies and complexities of this space, but it would have really been and becoming increasingly difficult to manage the overwhelming for the analysis. So what is depicted here shows the most salient in the interpretation of the research based on the participants' own language. And from the triangulation done from interviewing of participants themselves, and also I interviewed, besides the 12 other individuals who were considered situational sample, whether they be men in policing, government officials, policymakers, were also interviewed for this research. So 4 domains or spaces emerged in this deeper analysis. And what you'll see here is an overlay of the different spaces. The analysis revealed that there is this interplay, and you've seen that, I showed you earlier, among the dimensional factors. And it is all taking place within a policing space. This is a space in which these participants exist, but in many cases are never fully embraced or accepted. One of my participants said, I walked into a culture that I just wasn't ready for. Male dominated, a lot of racism, a lot of sexism, a dominant culture. Other groups, even though they were from different backgrounds, kind of mirrored that dominant culture. So this space has significant power over those who are defined as members as they move within the policing space from recruit to executive. There are different degrees of control or perceptions of control. When they enter the profession as recruits, there's a level of control that is defined by a hierarchical structure that punishes anyone who deviates. So I know I said it just this past week. I'm not sure how they're dealing with me as a civilian being in policing, because I move things along and I ask for forgiveness after. That's not the culture of policing. There's a systematic power based on a culture that is defined by brotherhood, the good old boys club, and the blue code of silence. And we've been hearing that in the last few months and few years. Another participant said, the sergeant came in and said in front of the lead police officer that I would do very well in the squad as long as I remember the squad motto. The squad motto was I and I. I said, I don't know what that is. And he said, intoxication and intercourse. Can you imagine that as a new recruit? And every time I go through this, my skin cringes, my heart races. As a new female, maybe 1% of 2% of a population, this is what your senior officer says to you. So as these participants move to mid-level positions in their career, there's a widening of that perceived control as they learn to navigate and become more familiar with the policing space, gaining a greater understanding of the opportunities. At this level, they're taking more chances, they're making more opportunities as their want for change gets stronger and their recognition and importance and need for being visible grows. This process is helping them to achieve opportunities, which brings with it greater responsibility, legitimacy, authority, while preparing them to be one step closer to the leader that they decided to become. So it's a time for them where there is a growth and a greater understanding of what is needed to survive and thrive in a complicated space. That control is again somewhat tightened the closer they get to the executive level position by both internal and external factors, and in some cases outside of the control of the individual. A chief of police, a commissioner of police can't say everything that they would have said a few rungs down. The participants are also recognizing that their visual frame is widening. That means they're being seen whether or not they want it. They're being seen more. So more eyes are on them and their behavior is defined, critiqued, and litigated the higher they go, forcing them to be much more self-aware since everything they say is amplified by others. So other emergent forces were also present across the 3 additional domains. We saw sociocultural, economic, and political spaces. And for each, there is and was a similar analysis of what you saw in the policing space, looking at the forces and the different elements that were included. Dr. Falami, am I good on time?
You're good. Yes.
For the sociocultural space, these individuals operate in and out of a social milieu, navigating between and across people, physical, social conditions, defined by physical spaces, rigid geographic boundaries, as well as in virtual spaces and events that comprise the environment in which they operate. A quote from one of the participants, thinking back to the research on how officers are portrayed in the media, and if anything, there's an overrepresentation of women police officers in pop culture. So I bet that the common person doesn't even know that there's a crisis of representation, because from their perspective, the stories that they're told, there's always a woman on the scene. The economic space was about women in policing that are impacted by broader economic forces in society, such as economic influences, like supply and demand. If there's a hold on funds if there's reduced funds. The recruitment class becomes less and less females. And the decision based on value equation and substitution. Technology also plays a significant role with elements such as the militarization of police. And that's a gendered concept. That's a gendered practice. So a lot of departments have military equipment. I guarantee you, if you do an analysis, majority of those are not led by women. There's technology vendors who are determining who gets what and where. There are body-worn cameras and sophisticated data platforms, all having an impact on these women's journey. Again, not things that anyone would have thought of. There's also the political space. And there was a recognition in this research and the study regarding the organizational complexity of policing departments and the role of public officials play in controlling the powers of leadership. So in many jurisdictions, the boss of the top executive in policing is either the city manager or the mayor. And so a lot of what you see from behind the screens, from behind the cameras, is what was sent down as orders to be sent. So again, not things that we typically think about. There's imagery that showed forces and focused mainly on the definition of policing through imagery, through politics, and again, through the militarization of police. If you Google police, you'll see what comes up. A quote from one of the participants, it's not so much with race in my agency than political connections. So the people that are in the most powerful positions are connected somehow politically to the establishment. That means that there's a lot of politics within the police department. In my state, the police department tends to be a bit political because the police directors are political appointees. In my agency, the chief is also appointed, so there is a political involvement. So these women are constantly maneuvering through these situational vortex. Each time they move through parts of the vortex, it changes, as there is in fact no grounding in the vortex. And at any given point in time, one or the other, or several spaces may dominate, and they may have to adjust and shift their social process. So this is what came out of my research, a web of intersection, a theoretical model which emerged from the data gathered in the larger construct described these women's passages. The web of intersection speaks of the challenges of untangling and understanding a world that has never belonged to them or embraced them. Yet despite that, they're able to, with determination, resilience, and agency, reach top executive leadership positions. The model suggests a dynamic labyrinth that is always present. They're not simply getting to another position and seeing that top position. There's a constant movement and negotiation that these women have to participate in at various levels, while managing the expectations of what a woman should represent in policing, both within and outside the department and the profession. So the data revealed that there's conflicting voices and narratives that's telling us who and what a woman should represent and what she should strive to achieve in policing. How dare you try to lead the SWAT team? How dare you try to lead mounted? How dare you try to be a detective? Defining what positions she's suited for or how far she should be allowed to go. There's a strong cultural element spanning centuries within and outside of policing space that have defined who and what a police officer should look like, especially in a profession with majority white male conservative men with generations or decades of service. Their grandfathers and great grandfathers who've been in policing with perhaps very little interest in change or respect for diversity and inclusion. So for these women, it is a relentless process. They're not simply in a context. They're in a situation and are active agentic players in that situation that is dynamic, fluid, and constantly changing. So what did this reveal? 3 main points came up in the study of the realities of these women. These women are not simply being acted on. Their opportunities are not simply being handed to them, but rather they're acting and being active and intentional participants in their own journey. There's agency, they're being agentic. So women make the decision to advance to top executive positions because they want change inside and outside of the profession, with their journey and positioning not just being happenstance, but calculated, intentional, showing a great deal of agency. So this is one of the propositions that came out of my research study. Women are intentional, we're agentic, we're deliberate. And then going back to their voices, because it's always important to hear their voice. It is the ability to be approachable, to be collaborative, to speak up, to speak out, to show out if you need to, and then sometimes just be there. There is something special that's brought to the table when you have women, not just in policing, but when you have women in leadership positions. There's a lot about society's norms and government that I don't necessarily appreciate. And so I want to do it in a way that I think I can show more love and more even keelness. That's another reason I think I wanted to be able to do what I think is right, approaching policing in a different manner, which I think is needed. So there's intersectionality as well that we have to consider. That's a part of the journey that cannot be ignored. Intersectionality emerged as this very important factor for these women's journeys. And it's a part of this journey not to be ignored. Our realities and the impact of those realities make our journeys different. And it's okay, but it needs to be better understood. We're all women in this profession. We all have the same issues. Then when you go to the next category or race, what we get from that may be different. It may take a different path because we're both women, but a white female versus a black female, our experiences are different. Our exposures are different. And all of us are the sum total of those experiences and the credible people that have been in our lives. And of course, that's different for a white female versus a black female. This is one example of so many quotes. This was the hardest part of putting this presentation together because there was just so much I could have put together from the voices of these women. 256 pages. Not a lit review, that's just the interviews. Many white females would not have had the experience that this participant had growing up, traveling from Texas to Alabama 2 to 3 times a year and seeing how law enforcement treated her father every single time they made that journey. That impacted her. Another proposition that became evident was women are self-aware and intentionally practice self-leadership, all while recognizing and learning the importance of deliberately making themselves visible as they make the choice to move towards top executive positions. Visibility was for a purpose and oftentimes planned. If you want change, you must make yourselves visible. As women, if we want change, we must be seen. So I literally took every ugly job, and you saw this quote earlier in the city, that I had not worked at some rank. I've worked every aspect of the organization and the agency. It's not a single track through a single area of expertise. We have to have broad expertise. And again, I doubt my male counterpart has to do the same. And the third and last proposition was, no matter the form of support, no matter the form, support is important for advancement to executive position for women in policing. This support can take many forms. I often get questions about mentorship. And I say it's not just mentorship. There are so many other types of support. And I'm not going to read all of this. And I know we're close to time. He was a mentor. He taught me this thing. You reacted too quickly. You need to be patient and go slow and evaluate and ask questions. You need to listen and be encouraging. That value of having the support from every single aspect of your life, from your family support to the mentors, and that responsibility to be the shoulders for the next future. So it was about progressive leadership. It was about support from peer sisters. It was about partner support. It was about family support. Support matters, and different levels of support, different types of support are needed at different times. So being mindful of time, let me wrap this up. There's still so much more to be done for us to understand and continue to explore this space. We still need to understand why so few women enter the profession. Why are there still roadblocks that continue to exist? How support works and the diversity of experiences. And with that, I'll stop because I know that we need some time for questions. So I'll skip over this and I'll say, let us talk if we have time to talk. Thank you
Yes.
for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we do have time to talk. So I want to open it up for questions, comments, thoughts. This was, I told you, I didn't tell you, I probably should have told you that she is a bad beat. She is amazing. She is amazing. And so she shared a plethora of information, her research. I was there with her through it all. And so please, I've put a link to her dissertation in the chat. Feel free to download that. And I'll open it up now for questions. Lewis.
What a wonderful presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed what you presented and what you brought forward. I am in Philadelphia. I am from Philadelphia originally. I live in Philadelphia now. I do know Danielle Outlaw very well and some of the things that she has done. I have two questions for you, and I won't take up too much of the time, but I'm interested in how you might respond. So as you and I know, based upon Alexander's work in the New Jim Crow, she lays out the foundational and inherent creation of the law enforcement systems in this country as inherently white supremacist and racist. As law enforcement has moved and attempted to make some reforms, at its core and its foundation, if its very creation was to cause harm and create a new Jim Crow towards Black and Latino folk, then how do you see a woman and or a Black woman's role in being able to effectively impact upon those systems in a way to make any real serious transformational changes or shifts? right? And so I wonder about that concern. See, I know what Danielle Outlaw faces here in Philadelphia, because the FOP in Philadelphia has always been known as a sector of the Ku Klux Klan. They are one of the most abhorrently racist organizations, the Fraternal Order of Police here in Philadelphia. And they are very powerful as it relates to how the police force in Philadelphia functions. So I know what she's up against, right? I know the political forces, the socio-economic forces that she faces. So that's the first thing. I'm interested to know how you would respond to that as it relates to the challenges that a Black woman like she and the new Black police commissioner, the Black female in New York, because she just went through a thing with the DA there when he was trying to make some reforms, I'm sure you're aware, how you would respond to their ability to really do anything differently. And then the second thing I would want to ask you to respond to is the sacrifice that a woman has to make in order to rise in the ranks in those systems. Do they in fact have to become a man essentially? Do they have to in fact take on that persona in order to even position themselves to exist in those systems? And what toll does that take on their ideal and their ability to really make transformational change? So those are the two questions I would have actually to respond to.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. I'll respond to the latter first. In terms of just how women show up in police departments. Again, there are 18,000 agencies. 75% of those are really small agencies. And quite frankly, many of them have absolutely no women whatsoever. So that's a fact and a reality. I would say from what I learned from my research, they've come a far way in some, and if there's a saying in policing, if you've been to one police department, you've been to one police department. Meaning it's very difficult to give a blanket statement for anything to do with policing, to be honest, because a lot of police departments are very dependent on the situation, the structure, the culture, the politics that surrounds that police department. Have women had to pretend or act like men? Absolutely. Like many other male-dominated professions, women have had to be a part of the old boys club. Women have had to sit in the background, remain silent, while absolutely sexist, horrible, nasty jokes are being told in the locker rooms. Is there an opportunity for change? Absolutely. And we're seeing that change. Again, I had mentioned earlier, a woman saying during my interviews, you can't be what you can't see. The way we change it is make sure there is more representation. Again, I'm Black female Jamaican. What the hell am I doing working in policing? And I went into the Philadelphia Police Department, and I said that in the very beginning, and I said that again with a lot more colorful words. I curse. But I'm extremely hopeful. I'm hopeful because, again, if we increase representation, it will make a difference. Are we encouraging others who look like us, who sound like us, who have the same beliefs like us to enter policing, despite the trauma it has meted out on populations of color, on communities of color? I would never push that aside. Many presentations that I do, I start with an apology for the profession. We are still seeing it. We saw it in the last 2 years, right? So representation matters. And I will say, women are making strides. Women in the Philadelphia Police Department no longer have to pretend to be men. They're stepping up. You're in Philadelphia, and I won't speak too specifically about Philadelphia because that's not what this presentation is about. But recently, there was an article. There was a promotion of 4 African-American women to the captain position. That's the first in the history of policing in the Philadelphia Police Department. I mentioned earlier in my presentation, I'm a part of a steering committee for a national movement called the 30 by 30 movement, where we now have over 300 agencies signed on and committed to increasing the representation of women in their police departments. And it's not just about the representation of women, because research shows and theory shows if you increase one group, others more likely than not will increase as well. In terms of a Black female leading a police department, and we're seeing more and more of that happening, it's going to be a struggle for anyone leading a police department, male, female, Black or white. Will it be more difficult for a Black female? I believe so. Will it be more difficult for a female? I believe so. There is so much more that we do not understand and see as citizens of a community. There's so much more that we do not understand and see when we see a police commissioner or a chief of police stand behind the camera, stand behind the microphone and make a statement. How do they succeed? They have to get strong teams around them. If we ever think in this country that one person can make a difference, we're fooling ourselves. So I'll stop there. I hope I answered sufficiently. I'm trying not to.
Yes, thank you. No. Thank you so much. I think this is a very interesting conversation. I appreciate your presentation. You don't often hear really thorough, in-depth conversations around this issue. I look forward to talking to you a little bit more offline.
Absolutely.
Around
Absolutely.
some of these issues and concerns. And I do. I mean, I think that there's a political, I mean, most commissioners now are politicians. I mean, it is a political position. I mean, they really operate outside of the guise of law enforcement. I just, always become concerned about the pressures that women and or Black women face as it relates to, and how much of themselves do they have to give up in order to really function in those systems. So yeah,
they're giving up a lot of themselves. I can tell you one of my participants was in a lawsuit when I spoke with her. She was called into a small white community as a Black woman because it had a Black mayor who unfortunately was ill right after she started, probably 2 months after he was diagnosed with cancer. And so he had to step down. She literally became the target of everyone else because he was on a reform movement and he brought her in on a reform movement. What did that mean? Her own officers, when they were off duty, were stalking her 16-year-old child. So that's the reality that women, that minority, that people of color have to experience. That's what is going on in this country. Are they talking about it enough? No, because that's also a target on their backs. They won't ever get another job, or certainly not a job at a level that they're qualified for. And so there's so much there. What came out of the study as well, and I could have continued this for the entire day, is that community matters. How do you help Danielle Outlaw? The community needs to surround her. The community needs to speak up for her. The community needs to support her. And any other commissioner, police, male or female, community's voice makes a huge difference. And with my position in the PD, it's about collaboration. So I'm looking for community partners to collaborate with. So I look forward to hearing from you.
All right. So in the interest of time, and we do have time later for questions for our presenters during the round table, but I do want to offer anyone else that might have a question or a comment.
Melody's hand is up, I think.
Melody?
Hi, Dr. Smith-Key. I was just kind of amazed with your comments about the IMA. That just absolutely blows my freaking mind. Like Lewis said, they have to push so much of themselves down to fit into this good old boys club that they completely lose their identity and they still remain objects. They don't see them as counterparts or partners or anything like that. They just see them as objects. Like, why in the world would a commanding officer say that to somebody?
Because they can and they're allowed to, and nobody stops it.
And they're all buttholes.
You said it, not I.
Like, it just kind of blew my mind that that was something that was okay or viewed to be okay, and how sexist and just terrible that that officer had to feel to be essentially verbally assaulted like that.
And
That's all I had.
Melody, I got so many of those comments. I literally had very tearful moments throughout my interview. When I just started to try and identify, I stalked, for want of a better word, probably not a word I should use, to find women for my research. And once I found them and the word got out, I got more and I got more and I got more. And it was an opportunity for them to open up. I pride myself on building relationships, on making people feel comfortable. The first interview I did was 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours at one of the largest police departments in this country. And that was such a powerful interview. 2 hours after that, I had a second interview. And right before that second interview, I lost my first interview. Literally, the equipment went, the interview was gone. It was so powerful. I paid over $3,000 to retrieve it, because that defined the rest of my research. So there was so much. If you ever want to talk more, there's so much. The hope is to write a book. It's even too overwhelming to even think about it. Thank you for your question. And thank you, Louis, as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break, and please save your questions if you have more questions or comments for Dr. Smith-Key a little bit later on when we're having our roundtable discussion with our presenters. Please bring those forward. So we'll take a 10-minute break and come back, and we'll hear from our second presenter, Jennifer, which many of you are familiar with Jennifer Ingratiato. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Josette or Dr. Falami?
Yes.
Anybody available to put me and Dr. Josette into a breakout room so I can help her with profile questions?
Okay, sure. And we're going to get started here.
Thank you.
Switch in here in just a moment. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Hopefully you got a chance to get some water, get some tea or something to eat, to nosh on for a moment as we're ready for our next presenter. And let me make sure I see her. Oh, there she is. Okay, I see her in beautiful red. All right. Well, welcome again. Those of you that are joining us, I know there were a few folks that joined us during the break. Glad that you are here. Thank you again to Dr. Smith-Key for that amazing presentation. She's going to still hang out with us and be available for our roundtable presentation. And she has a question for you. So we'll talk a little bit about that later. Again, remember, if you are needing to complete the reflection for the requirement for the colloquium, that is due by April 15th. And you can either submit the form and or have a conversation with me. Just send me an email and we'll have some conversation. So what can you do with this information that is being shared today? So thank you so much. Continue to talk in the chat as we get ready for our next presenter that many of you already know, who is Jennifer Ingracio. And she is a student here in the IMA program. And a little bit about her background. She has been aligned with earth-based spirituality her entire life. And since she was a child, she was connected to nature and universe and always seeking out meditative states and engaging in personal prayer. She's been an active student of earth-based spirituality since 2000, leading from various teachers and spiritual traditions worldwide: indigenous, shamanic, pagan, druidic, Taoist, and Buddhist. So she's very well versed. And before I continue on, please make sure that you have your mics muted so that we can make sure there aren't any distractions for our presenters. And again, with Jennifer, her personal experience that she learned about healing and wholeness, and she's been doing this her entire life. And she continues to study earth-based medicine and applies her knowledge within the sacred container of ceremony. And this, she is also very well versed and very well published. She has published 3 books, and I'm sure welcome, Jennifer.
I think you broke up, Falami. There we go.
Okay, we are going to welcome Jennifer. Can you hear me now? All right, great.
Wonderful. Thank you, Falami, for inviting me. Aloha to everybody. Hopefully everybody can hear me okay. I'm so honored to go after Nikki's presentation. It's so powerful to see all the ways that women are contributing to their voices, to making the world more equitable and a more loving place. And it really, I'm starting off emotional because it's such an important contribution. So thank you to Nikki, and thank you to all of you. Welcome. I just want to start off by saying that I'm going to be talking about some ideas and concepts that are not normally talked about in an academic setting and might be really unfamiliar to you. And I invite you to explore it kind of like a world traveler might, where you're being curious and open as you're traveling through a new country with a new worldview, maybe new language and customs that you're not familiar with. and that will help to sort of frame your experience, I think, here. I'm presenting today on how to support women's natural leadership styles and authentic voices via earth-based ceremonies and sisterhood circles. In order to give you an experience of what this is like, I invite you to participate in a ceremonial way alongside me for the next 45 minutes or so. And because we're doing this in a ceremonial way, I'm just going to ask that we hold our questions to the end, and if we have time, I'll open up the space for your questions and comments. So I'm just going to start my slideshow here. Play. So for those of you who aren't familiar with earth-based spirituality, I'd like to read you this quote from Sean Wilson, who's a Cree scholar from Manitoba, Canada. "The space and therefore the relationship between people, or between people and their environment, is seen as sacred, a key concept within many Indigenous peoples' spirituality. By reducing the space between things, we are strengthening the relationship that they share. And this bringing things together so that they share the same space is what ceremony is about." And his book is called Research is Ceremony. So it's very common in earth-based practices and ceremony to always honor and acknowledge the Indigenous peoples on whose lands we live, both as an act of reconciliation and respect for the longtime ancestors who are an intricate part of the fabric of the land. If you know the name of the Indigenous people whose territory you live on, please do put that in the chat. And if not, I recommend out finding more via the site native-land.ca, where you can look up that information. I was born in Vancouver, Canada, on the traditional territory of the Musqueam. And I now live with my partner, Michelle, in Calgary, Canada, on the traditional Treaty 7 territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Tsuut'ina Nation, the Stoney Nakoda Nation, and Métis Region 3. And this beautiful piece of art was done by a Blackfoot friend of ours, Calum Tiki Dan, here in Alberta. So unless we ourselves are Indigenous to the lands that we live on, our ancestors have come from other places in the world. As we honor our own ancestors, we also honor the lands from which they came. And we reinforce our eternal connection to our ancestors and the part of the earth they helped to caretake. So I'm going to take this time now to just call in all of our ancestors who love us and who wish us well, to be with us, to help us to learn from each other, to help us to be of one heart and one mind as we listen openly to some new things. And we call in ancestors in earth-based traditions because we recognize that none of us would be here if it hadn't been for our ancestors and the lives they lived. And so there is a continuum, and regardless of who our ancestors were, whether we know them or not, we call them in also to remember that we are a continuation of the work that they started, or sometimes the things that they were not able to accomplish in their lifetimes. And so in this way, we call them in so that the healing work that needs to happen can continue throughout the generations. So in earth-based traditions,
What?
Nothing, I'm going.
oh, I think someone might not be muted. There you go. So in earth-based traditions, it is common to start off a ceremony with a song to join everybody together in one heart. And so if we were all together, we would be able to hear everybody's voices, and we would all be singing and drumming together. But since we're on Zoom, I'm just going to ask everybody to stay muted, but please do sing along. This song is called Earth My Body by Sarah Pirtle, and it's sung a lot at earth-based and pagan gatherings. It's so powerful because it reminds us that we are the earth, actually, and that our bodies are of the earth. Well, let me just see if I can change my thing there. Okay. Earth, my body, water, my blood, air, my breath, and fire, my spirit. Earth, my body, water, my blood, air, my breath, and fire, my spirit. I am the earth walking. I am the water talking. I am the air dreaming. I am the fire streaming. Earth, my body, water, my blood, air, my breath, and fire, my spirit. Earth, my body, water, my blood, air, my breath, and fire, my spirit. I am a heart talking. I am a heart walking. I am a heart dreaming. I am a heart believing. Earth, my body, water, my blood, air, my breath, and fire, my spirit. Earth, my body, water, my blood, air, my breath, and fire, my spirit. I am the summer walking. I am the autumn talking. I am the winter dreaming. I am the springtime greening. Earth, my body, water, my blood, air, my breath, and fire, my spirit. Earth, my body, water, my blood, air, my breath, and fire, my spirit. Just taking a few breaths into your own body, connecting with the elements through your breath. So my own ancestors are from all around the Mediterranean Sea, the United Kingdom, Eastern Europe and Northern Africa, and West Africa. My parents and grandparents were born in Portugal, and Portuguese is my first language. As a first generation Canadian, mixed ancestry LGBTQ woman who's also a learner, an educator, foster parent, ceremonialist, artist, academic, shamanic practitioner, world traveler, a druid, a Reiki master, and a Lomi Lomi practitioner, I'm accustomed to walking between the worlds. I'm conscious that I can be a living bridge into worldviews that seem very disparate from one another. It's not easy, and I've learned to wade through the complexity that these multiple realities bring. Practicing earth-based spirituality and engaging in ceremony with various Indigenous peoples for much of my life has been so healing for me. Indigenous folks, though distinct in terms of culture and traditions, share a very similar worldview of interconnectedness that helped me reconnect with my own ancestors. This has brought me into greater wholeness as an adult. Over the past 20 years, Indigenous elders encouraged me to learn more about my own people and their traditions. For the last decade, I've been doing this through ceremony, travel, research, DNA testing, and conversations with relatives, colleagues, and friends. I'm currently doing my graduate work at Antioch University, and my research question is, how can the ancient earth-based technologies developed by my ancestors support the healing of collective, historic, and intergenerational trauma in the modern world? I'm using Indigenous research methods in my graduate work, and this speaks to me because Indigenous research paradigms are rooted in interconnectedness, as I've said, and relationship. Trauma researchers are noting that we are relational beings, and that in order for trauma healing to stick, it needs to happen in the context of relationship. Relationship also provides us with the resilience that we need to overcome trauma. As my Hawaiian kumu kahuna huheri uhane Jim says, love doesn't prevent trauma, it prevails it. So at this point, you might be wondering what this has to do with our topic. And how do women lead and use their voices? And I'll start with a story about the book, Women's Power Stories, that I co-created with the women in my community. First, I just want to read this quote by Sean Wilson about relational accountability. Relational accountability is built into the relationships that are formed in storytelling and within an oral tradition. As a storyteller, I'm responsible for who I share information with, as well as for ensuring that it is shared in an appropriate way at the right place and time. In receiving the story, you, as an active listener, are responsible for putting the story into a relational context that makes sense for you and for listening with an open heart and an open mind. So in 2011, I went on a women's medicine journey to Hawaii with a group of 33 women, all earth-based medicine practitioners. And on this journey, many magical things happened, as tend to happen during ceremony. We went up to Mount Kilauea. We gave offerings to the ancestors of the land, and the most prominent of which is Pele, who you see the image of there by Francine Hart. She's the Hawaiian goddess of the volcano, and she is known to Native Hawaiians as their ancestor. I've been a member of this sisterhood that started in 2011 for the last decade, and we work closely with Pele via ceremony. So during the ceremony in Hawaii, both of us editors, Corel and I, we received a message about the importance of empowering women and men through reintroducing the goddess archetypes in a conscious way through the fine arts. And we also wrote down an intent or vision for the book at the time. So the intention was really to make a book that would nurture, feed, and empower people on the planet via art and storytelling, to pass on the stories of female ancestors in order to guide future generations of humans, to expose people to different energetics of what it means to be feminine, and to support women and men in embracing their feminine essence, as well as to create a beautiful, authentic, and soulful book. And so the artwork that you see here was all created by women from our community, and it also appears in the book. In preparation for collecting the stories for this book, we intuited which 13 goddesses wanted to work with us. And then we gathered as a community of women once a month for a whole lunar year, or 13 months, to honor each of those goddesses' presence within us. This was more significant than we originally realized because ancient matriarchal cultures have always navigated, planted, lived, and dreamed by the cycles of the moon. The moon is a feminine being in many earth-based traditions who operates in 28-day cycles. The human-made Gregorian calendar, a solar calendar, originally came into existence to serve economic interests and manipulated the cycles of time by dropping out days in each year and adding one every 4. This choice reflected an imbalance between the masculine and feminine that was rampant already by medieval times in Europe. Imagine believing the illusions that humans could control natural cycles, and yet here we are hundreds of years later, still operating in the same belief system. The goddesses continue to guide us each month at Sisterhood while we told power stories from our own lives in the energetic vein of the goddess of the month. During Kali's month, for example, we heard stories about how the ego showed up in the lives of the women present, and women told inspiring stories of times they had successfully rerouted harmful ego patterns in this lifetime. Weeks before, they felt the goddess working within them, supporting the bubbling up of these stories, many of which had been buried or misunderstood out of shame, rage, and guilt. We discovered that everything that happens to us has presented a challenge with an opportunity for victory. Some women had a victory, but because of the traumatic experiences of the story, never saw the victories before retelling them from the standpoint of the relevant goddess. Many of us saw that we needed to work on changing these stories into power stories. And we asked our sisters for support in doing so outside gathering times. We worked together to restory our lives. So what does it really mean to hold space for another person when they're telling these kinds of stories? Well, it means that we are willing to walk alongside another person in whatever journey that they've been on without judging them, making them feel inadequate, or trying to fix them. We're trying to impact the outcome. So we hold space with unconditional support, letting go of judgment and control. But also in earth-based traditions, we trust that the person, him, her, their self, already has the wisdom and the answers inside of them to move through whatever challenges life presents. So it's also an honoring of the power of the person's spirit. Oh, I skipped ahead a little bit, but so while we can't really control the external circumstances of our lives, we can always change the way we tell stories about our lives and ourselves. Far from being a semantic trip, these changes have a profound impact on our psyches. Our beliefs and what we tell ourselves shape the reality we live in. Our outer world reflects the inner world we create. To change the inner landscape is to change the outer. And the pieces that accompany the stories in this book can serve as reference tools and remind us how we can move through our life's journey in balance. Each story herein contains pearls of wisdom that may bring about a new awareness inside the reader each time it's read. As we evolve, our points of view necessarily change. We hope readers allow ingrained beliefs that do not serve them to transform as they engage with this book. It's with much gratitude that we share these stories with the generations to come. In collecting stories for this book, we found that ourselves, we were in awe of the experiences women have that men do not and many times cannot share. This isn't meant to be an exclusionary statement. It's just that we also realize that women's stories are sorely lacking in the mainstream media to our society's detriment. Things that we always thought of as normal experiences became extraordinary. And we marveled at what women could survive through and find ways to thrive. These stories recall instances of rape, miscarriage, abortion, adoption, sexism, domestic abuse, suicide attempts, addiction, mental illness, and many more. These experiences are power stories, not common stories, and they deserve to be acknowledged as such. So when we tell a story, a power story, our egos aren't present in terms of being front and center. We tell power stories from our lives to bring inspiration and hope to others. Power stories speak of possibilities we may not have thought could exist, and they teach us how to reach for all we can be without being at the effect of our journey. When a power story is told, the heart is open. The teller is not invested in what she says or the impact the power story will have on the audience. The storyteller has also done a substantial amount of healing work before the story is told in public. In these intimate circles, we helped each other to heal. So here in front of us, we have two quotes by bell hooks, and I wanted to point out here that we found that these stories also had a positive impact and healing impact for men in our community. So bell hooks is such a treasure that we were so lucky to have with us here on the planet for her contribution. She passed away this past December. And I just want to read some of what she had to say here. The wounded child inside many males is a boy who, when he first spoke his truths, was silenced by paternal sadism, by a patriarchal world that did not want him to claim his true feelings. The wounded child inside many females is a girl who was taught from early childhood that she must become something other than herself, to deny her true feelings in order to attract and please others. When men and women punish each other for truth-telling, we reinforce the notion that lies are better. To be loving, we willingly hear the other's truth, and most important, we affirm the value of truth-telling. Lies may make people feel better, but they do not help them to know love. And I love this other quote about, to create loving men, we must love males. And so this is different than praising and rewarding sexist defined notions of male identity. It's not about caring about men for what they can do for us, but to actually honor men for their beings, for their beingness. In an anti-patriarchal culture, males do not have to prove their value and worth. They know from birth that simply being gives them value, the right to be cherished and loved, which is something that the receptive feminine principle of life teaches all of us humans. It's a teaching that comes out of this inner feminine that we each have in us, regardless of the body and gender we are born into. So why did the men say that these stories were healing? Well, because in earth-based traditions, men have a feminine side too. What's become clear to us in putting together the book is that each of us needs to heal the masculine and the feminine inside of us. And what it means to be masculine and feminine is socially constructed. In truth, those elements are universal energetics that in their pure form have no boxes around them. Moreover, feminine and masculine work together in the perfect marriage at the universal level and within us, within each of us, to keep giving life. So we asked grandfather Greg Leach, an elder in our community, to write the foreword for the book. And he was one of the first men to actually read the book. So we were really honored that he was willing to write a foreword for us. And I want to read part of that foreword to you. And he's kind of funny, so he brings that to the, to the mix as well. This is a book of women's power stories, and my contribution is to write this wholeheartedly and unabashedly enthusiastic foreword. But I have a confession to make. I'm a man. Oh, right, you may well sputter in exasperation. Here we go again. It's a book about women's power stories, but we have to get a male to set the stage. Why do we feel so uncertain of ourselves that we are forever having to get validation from males? And I will grant you that the inclination to defer to males is epidemic. But for what it's worth, let me hasten to add that I doubt very much anyone associated with creating this book, the editors or any of the contributing authors, feel that they need the permission or approval of anyone else, male or female. Be that as it may, you may say. It may not have been their intention, but by perpetuating the pattern, they are perpetuating the problem. Well, first, you have a point. And I hope that I'm not being too much of a Pollyanna to say that I hope there will come a day when women in general are so comfortable with themselves that this issue never even occurs to people. But I believe this book and the stories in it help us all to move in that direction. By the way, lots and lots and lots of men want this day to arrive, and the sooner, the better. More men are awakening to the fact that balancing the female and masculine aspect within themselves is important to their spiritual evolution. And of course, I'm not so Pollyanna-ish to delude myself into thinking that all men want this. I come from a Celtic background, and I'm encouraged to know that if one goes far enough back in that tradition, one discovers myths and stories that clearly show there was once a day, however long ago, when women saw themselves as free, strong, and sovereign. I offer these comments to help enhance the reader's experience in some way, but the truth is that the stories in this book each stand on their own, and in that sense, we need no introduction. All I can add is to tell you something about my experience when I read them. I found that each story was deeply moving, to the point where I had to pause and put the manuscript down after each one in order to digest the experience. For me, reading each story was a little like being shown a movie filled with vivid personal images. Each author writes in her own voice, but what each one has in common is openness and candor. It would even be fair to say they're intimate. And I had the feeling of being trusted, kind of feeling one gets when someone tells you a highly personal secret. Finally, I can tell you that, like Jen and Carell, I've had a long interest in learning about shamanism or earth-based tradition. For me, a key aspect of shamanism is personal transformation. And these stories most certainly are all about real people who have found the courage to change and heal. Now all you have to do is let these words and images roll through you. Likely, you too will be transformed. So my co-editor, Carell, and I, we've both been doing a lot of personal work for much of our lives to balance our inner feminine and masculine. And still we continue to find places within ourselves where we've bought into the boxes. The insidious thing is that they're not conscious. We've absorbed them through conditioning like Pavlov's dog. So we do ceremony and we continue to listen to women's power stories to bring those lies to the surface so we can keep transforming limiting beliefs. We have no desire to be in any boxes at all, and we know that healing will continue until we breathe our last breaths. So women have suffered a tremendous amount of trauma and abuse at the hands of the patriarchal society we live in. Men suffer in patriarchal structures too. The Me Too movement, started by Tarana Burke, brought this epidemic to the media's awareness in 2006. However, this was not news to any woman I know. This is clear in the sharing that happens in women's circles all the time. We utilize earth-based medicine tools and ancient technologies to help each other to heal within sisterhood. After decades of sitting in sacred circles with other humans who are also seeking to heal their stories and their histories, I've learned some things that I never would have had brave people not shared their stories candidly. I literally would not be here today without their stories. It wasn't until I started practicing earth-based medicine and attending ceremonies that I first heard people speak candidly about what was really going on in their lives, in the presence of others who knew how to hold space. After a time of practicing this and seeing that no one was trying to fix me, I too softened into a depth of sharing I wasn't accustomed to. It was such a relief to tell the truth of what I was going through. In talking circles, protocol prevents others from interrupting the person speaking, and each person gets a turn to share. The person can hold the sacred item that's passed along from person to person for as long as they need to, in order to fully express what's generally unspeakable in mainstream settings. The rest of us hone our listening skills by taking in their story deeply into our beings, so we can learn from the other's experience. We practice silencing the ego part of our psyches that wants to craft a retort to diminish what someone's saying. And in short, our job is to let the story change us and to start to transform the ways we've created our inner worlds and built up our identities into more life-giving patterns. In earth-based traditions, one of the first teachings that we receive that's common is that we don't all perceive the world in the same way or experience the world in the same way. Depending on what body, culture, language, and geography we're born into, we will experience life differently. Many global problems exist because we believe the illusion that everyone is walking the same path in the same way with access to the same opportunities. This is simply not true. So many of us live the reality of our inner lives in secret, showing the outside world only what we think others want to see. For some, this is a matter of life or death. It is still illegal to be gay in many parts of the world, for example, and in those cases, hiding our true selves is prudent. Thanks to the internet, it is becoming easier for marginalized folks to connect with like-minded people and organize and resist. It's in sharing these stories in safe settings that we realize we're not alone in our struggles, and we gain knowledge from noticing how other folks successfully navigate tricky situations in their own lives. If telling your story to many people feels scary, telling the truth to even one trustworthy person is all that's needed for healing to initiate. We're living in a time where absorbing the truth of other folks' lived experiences, particularly if they're vastly different from our own, is vital to our evolution and our survival as a species. In her groundbreaking memoir, The Dance of the Dissident Daughter, A Woman's Journey from Christian Tradition to the Sacred Feminine, Sue Monk Kidd reminds us that when we live in our own bubbles, we forget that there is no separation between humans. As a part of nature, what happens to one of us affects all of us on some level. The world needs a new ecological wisdom and the honoring of the earth and the body that the divine feminine implants. It needs to embrace the consciousness of we, the image of the web, the interconnection and interrelatedness that are central to women's experience, and that the sacred feminine experience only deepens. The world needs the vision and courage to dismantle hierarchies of power. It needs to be faced with injustices, to hear voices that speak for the voiceless and powerless. It needs conscious women, conscious men too. George Day wisely states that inclusion is not bringing people into what already exists. It's to make a new space, a better space for everyone. We simply cannot dream a new world into being that is equitable for humans and sustainable for the earth if we're not willing to listen to the voices of marginalized peoples and tend to what is unhealed that comes up in us as a response. In other words, each of us need to work on healing intergenerational, historic, and collective trauma. Like the fiery Hawaiian volcano goddess Pele, we must allow the stories to burn away anything that no longer serves our lives at this time, if we hope to leave our descendants with a future on this beautiful planet we live on. Ceremony provides a safe container and a context for the stories that we tell. We all show up with the intention to heal, not to gossip about, judge, or shame others. Ceremony is not a spectacle for entertainment. It's not a TV show or a movie. It's real life with real consequences for folks. It takes a ton of courage for someone to come forward with a story about abuse, addiction, injustice, abortion, divorce, adoption, stillbirths, extramarital affairs, and other secrets that have no safe place to land in our society. We need to allow more folks to share the immense burden by creating more of these sanctuaries led by trained, compassionate people with good boundaries. This work is anything but selfish. In earth-based practices, this is the most important work we can do to transform the world. Our individual spiritual growth is intricately linked with social and environmental justice. Charles Eisenstein states this principle succinctly when he says that ultimately, work on the self is inseparable from work in the world. Each mirrors the other. Each is a vehicle for the other. When we change ourselves, our values and actions change as well. So elders that I've worked with, they always say not to believe anything they tell me, but to have my own experience and to take what resonates and leave the rest. And I hope you, each of you listening today to my presentation, do the same. That if there's something that I shared today that really resonates for you or makes your life easier, or something you want to explore more, please feel free to go ahead and do that. And you know, it's I'm not going to reach on Wilson's quote here in total, but really it is the context that the storyteller creates that allows us to really take in their story without wanting to change it or add to it, or, you know, this is the piece of learning to really listen to one another that I think is so sorely needed, and then to take action, effective action based on the stories that we hear that other people have the courage to tell. So let's go back to your connection with your ancestors and my connection with my ancestors, our connection with our collective ancestors. I invite you to breathe into your body for a moment. And if it feels right, ask your ancestors to support you with a challenge in your life that you haven't been able to resolve yet. You see them standing around you in a circle, protecting you and supporting you. Also notice or feel if you can sense the wisdom that they bring with them through the ages. Going back to our first collective ancestor in Africa all those thousands of years ago. And so the answer might not come right away, the answer to your cry for help, but Uncle Harry Ohane Jim says that that's always the most important prayer is help. And then we listen, we pay attention in our daily lives to the messages that come through. Sometimes it's something someone shares with us. Sometimes it's a book we come across or an article that answers our prayer. So that this information is coming back to us from our ancestors in many different ways, in our dreams. You know, sometimes messages, really powerful ones, about how to resolve certain issues come through in dreams. And earth-based practitioners, we study for many years to work with dreams and knowledge that comes through dreams to remember and decolonize ourselves as well. So the more we ask for our ancestors' help in ceremony and in daily life, the stronger our connection becomes to their wisdom and love for us. And we're never alone. I also encourage each of you to work with a goddess from your own culture or background. Find out about her, meditate with her, create an altar for her in your home. And folks of all genders can benefit from this practice. So this is a song that I want us to sing together, again with everybody muted, sadly. But I'd like us to sing this song to thank our ancestors and to release them from the space, but also to help us to integrate everything that we've taken in today. Feel free to sing along from home. The song created by India Ari. I am light, I am light. 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 I am not the things my family did. I am not the voices in my head. I am not the pieces of the brokenness inside. I am light, I am light. 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 I'm not the mistakes that I have made, or any of the things that cause me pain. I am not the pieces of the dream I left behind. I am light, I am light. 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 I am not the color of my eyes. I am not the skin on the outside. I am not my age. I am not my race. My soul is alive. I am light, I am light. 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 I am the divinity defined. I am the God on the inside. I am a star, a piece of it all. I am light, I am light. 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 So I want to thank all of you for listening and being willing to maybe step out of your comfort zones a little bit. And I encourage us all to keep doing this work of healing and of sharing in community, as well as we do our own personal healing and growth. That really, Bell Hooks was so wise when she said that this healing practice needs to be done in communal spaces, because we can only do a certain amount of healing ourselves. That the rest of our healing needs to happen in relationship, for us really to leave a future for our children. And I want to invite all of you over to my website if you want to find out more about my work. And you can also get your free copy of Women's Power Stories there, so that if you want to have your own experience of the stories that the women shared, you are more than welcome. So thank you, everybody. Aloha. And thank you, Falani.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored and appreciative of what you brought, and having the courage to bring your authenticity, your authentic self. And I so appreciate that, and bringing us into ceremony. And so thank you so much. I'd like to open up for some questions or any comments for Jennifer, and then we'll break for only about 5 minutes, and then we'll have our next speaker at about, well, we'll break for about 10 minutes. But if there are any kind of questions or comments that you might have for Jennifer.
I have a question. It's Rich. Thank you, Jennifer. What a wonderful presentation. It's so unexpected, really beautiful. My question is, and if you feel comfortable answering it, and maybe it's just so implied and I'm a little dense, but when you talk about ceremony and earth-based medicine, are you talking about sitting in ceremony with like plant-based medicine like ayahuasca and that sort of thing?
It could be. So some traditions do have traditions of plant-based medicine, but ceremony is really any kind of ritual that we can engage in that provides us with a connection to ourselves, a connection to the cosmos, a connection to the earth. So it's not just plant-based medicine, although that might be a certain aspect of some ceremonies that particularly indigenous folks from particular countries engage in.
So,
But
oh, sorry.
yeah,
When,
go ahead.
when you're referring to earth-based medicine, then the medicine doesn't necessarily imply plant-based, medicine.
No, when we talk about earth-based medicines and technologies, that includes things like drumming. It includes things like singing. It includes things like dancing. These are all indigenous technologies that all of our ancestors engaged in at some point in history that they knew actually transmuted trauma and to help keep their people in good health. So the plant-based medicine may be part of that, but that's not the only indigenous technology that we use. Storytelling is also an indigenous technology. And this is why the oral traditions of indigenous peoples around the world are so important. We tend to discount oral traditions in academia, and it's extremely sad because of the amount of lived experience and wisdom that our ancestors have transmitted to us through thousands of years. My Hawaiian Kumu say that their people remember 5,000 years of oral history, that they have managed to pass these traditions on through oral histories that are extremely accurate and packed with tons and tons of knowledge. So I think the storytelling piece that I brought forward today is so important because storytelling is something that's in our DNA as humans. This is how we've learned through time, listening to people's stories, and how our people have passed on all sorts of knowledge and information through time. And so the importance of women's power stories as a medicine technology, an earth-based medicine technology, is that it brings forward stories that are not told in the mainstream. So for instance, why is this story so powerful for men? Because how many men actually get to hear these stories from women? And stories that women generally tell to their friends or to their mothers or their daughters or share with their grandmothers. Like, these are the stories that we most have access to are the ones in mainstream media that are not reflective of all the humans on the planet. And so if we really want to understand people's experiences that are different from us, we have to be willing to engage in this storytelling, and particularly the listening aspect of storytelling. Can we listen to these people with an open heart and an open mind so that we can figure out how we personally can be part of the solution going forward, instead of perpetuating these stereotypes and myths and inequities that are going on. I don't know if that
Thank you.
answers your question.
I was greatly moved by your presentation. Thank you, Jennifer.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here and adding your energy.
Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Dr. Nikki. Jennifer, thank you so much for your presentation. It was amazingly powerful. Thank you as well for the work that you're doing and documenting your story and the story of others. I'm Jamaican by birth, and we're a culture of storytelling. The unfortunate thing is it's not documented, and so we lose so much of it. As you were giving your presentation, I heard your voice, I heard your hurt, I heard your pain, I felt pain, and I wonder just how do you do this every day? What do you do to keep yourself going each day is something I'd love to hear from you.
Mhm. Well, I do a lot of ceremony myself, but I also, yeah, well, first of all, it's practice. So the more we put ourselves into these spaces and we sort of start to look at, why can't we just listen to someone's story? Why do we have to interject our own dialogue into that story? The more we evaluate the ways that we are engaging in the world, the easier it becomes. So for me, emotions are part of our intelligence, and neuroscience is also discovering this. Of course, Indigenous peoples have always known that emotions are part of our intelligence. So if we don't have access to our emotions, if we don't allow us to feel what's there, there's no way we're going to heal from trauma. There is no way we're going to be able to create a world that's sustainable for humans and for all living beings on the earth. There's no way we're going to be able to include women who, by the way, women are keeping the fabric of our species together through tons of unpaid work. And that's a fact. That's not just something that I'm saying through anecdotal comment. There's a ton of data to support that women are doing really important work that is keeping our families together, that is helping us to raise children who will go on to affect all of us, whether we have kids or not. Those kids are going to be our doctors, they're going to be our teachers, they're going to be our police officers. So even if we don't have children, the work that humans are doing, and more fathers are doing too, I should say, these days, to help to raise children, raise our future generations, and influence them in a positive way, that cannot be underestimated.
Yeah.
Wonderful. What we'll do right now, if there aren't any questions or comments, remember, we're going to have our round table after our final presenter, who is here. Yay. So we're going to take let's say a 8-minute. No, we'll say 10 minutes. We'll say take a 10-minute break, stretch, do what you need to do, get some self-care in. I know it can be a very long day, particularly for those of you who have been on since this morning. Thank you again. Please make sure that you have introduced yourself. Tell us where you're from. Again, this is still about community. And yes, Joe, I do. And so we will be back here in 10 minutes and we will have our next presenter and I will introduce you to her.
All right, I'm gonna play some music that comes from Maritza, who's to honor Jen's Portuguese ancestors.
You got to take your take your mute off.
Sou do fado, vivo poema cantado de fado que eu inventei. a falar. Não posso dar, mas ponho a alma a cantar. E as almas sabem escutar. Poetas do meu país, troncos da mesma rede, a vida que nos juntou. E se você não estivesse a meu lado, então nem fadistas como eu sou. Esta voz tão dolorida é culpa de todos vós, poetas da minha vida. Ouço dizer, mas bendita esta loucura de cantar e de sofrer. Chorai, chorai, poetas do meu país, troncos da mesma rede de vida que nos juntou. E se vocês não estivessem a meu lado, então não havia paz, nem fadistas como eu sou. E se você não estivessem a meu lado, então não havia pago, nem fadistas como eu sou. E as almas dos poetas não as entendem. São almas violentas que são poetas também. Andam perdidas na vida como as estrelas no ar. Sentem o vento gemer, ouvem as vozes chorar. Só quem embala no peito das amargas e secretas é que em noites de luar pode entender os poetas. E eu que arrasto amarguras que nunca arrastou ninguém, tenho alma para sentir os poetas também. peito, dores amargas e secretas, é que em noites de luar entendemos poetas. Eu que arrasto amarguras que não quero exterminar, tenho a alma para sentir a dos poetas também. Só quem embala no peito dores amargas e secretas, é que em noites de luar podem entender os poetas. Eu que arrasto amarguras que nunca arrasto ninguém, tenho alma para sentir a dos poetas também. As coisas vulgares que há na vida não deixam saudade. Só as lembranças que doem ou fazem sorrir. Há gente que fica na história da gente, e outras de quem nem eu não lembramos ouvir. São emoções que dão vida à saudade
Wonderful. Thank you, Joe. Thank you for sharing that. That was beautiful. And it faded out just at the right time. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hopefully I gave you enough time to breathe and stretch your legs a little bit and get something to drink. I am excited. I've been excited again. Let me go back for just a moment and just to share why I wanted to do this. I wanted to feature women, and most of you, many of you may know that Women's History Month is in March. However, we don't have a colloquium in March. And so I decided that I wanted to feature the ways in which women lead in their communities, within their places of work. And so I thought, by pulling just this wonderful group here of women together so that they can share their expertise, their wisdom, and their experiences with us today. And so I am so grateful, and thank you so much again, Dr. Smith-King, she's hanging in, and Jennifer. And now we have Dr. Francois Booker Drew. And I can't say enough about my mentor. She is my mentor. And so I'm so excited to have her here and share her with you. And so let me tell you a little bit about her, and I'm going to be brief because she has an extensive bio. But Dr. Booker Drew is a network weaver who believes in relationships are the key to our personal, professional, and organizational growth. She has been quoted and featured in Forbes, Aussie, Bustle, Huffington Post, Modern Luxury, and other media outlets. She continues to write, and she's cited as well. She is currently the Vice President of Community Affairs for the State Fair of Texas, responsible for grant making, educational programming, and community initiatives. She is the co-founder for Heritage Giving Circle, one of the first Black women giving circles in the state of Texas. She's a co-founder of Power in Action Dallas and the owner of Solstice Consultancy, providing DEI leadership training and capacity building services. See, I'm so excited, y'all. I'm just fumbling at my words, right? So she is a graduate of Antioch University in the PhD in Leadership and Change, whoop, whoop, with a focus on social capital, diverse women, change management, and relational leadership. She attended the Jean Baker Miller Institute at Wellesley for training in relational cultural theory and has completed facilitator training on immunity to change based on the work of Keegan and Leahy of Harvard. She is the host of a podcast, The Tapestry, and author of 3 books for women, 1, 2, 3 for women, Fly Away, Ready for a Revolution, 30 Days to Jolt Your Life, and Rules of Engagement, Making Connections Last. And guess what? She's getting ready to have another one come out here in the spring. Her latest book, Empowering Charity, and it will be published by Baylor University Press. Without further ado, I welcome my mentor, my sister, Dr. Booker Drew.
Thank you so much, Falami. You know I love you. Nikki, I'm like a fan. You don't even know, like closeted fan who's watching you and your great work. And so I'm just honored. Jennifer, the last that I heard, you were on it. This is flowing so well. So I hope that I can bring a little of the fire that these women brought this morning to you. Greetings from Texas. We are having an amazing windstorm right now that is knocking out electricity and all kinds of things. And so luckily my electricity came back on and I can be here with you. I won't even get into the political stuff right now because then it'll be a whole different presentation. So anyway, I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to talk through some of my love, which is talking about relationships and social capital. And so Falami didn't want me to have a bunch of slides, but I do, because I'm going to tell a story. And I love using storytelling as a way of really helping people understand the power of our relationships. And so real quickly, what I want to talk about is, why is it important for us to do this? I think we take for granted in our society the importance of relationships. I think we so often put profits ahead of people, and you can't make profit without people. And so the goal is, for me, is not just thinking about transactional relationships. We need them. I understand that there are times when we have to work with people to get something done. But for me, it's really focusing on transformative relationships. What does it mean that when we connect to each other, our lives are enhanced and better because we had an experience with one another? And so I want to talk a bit about the case for connecting. And then I want to talk about the power of narrative, because your story really impacts the way you connect to other people. And so when you don't pay attention to what you say about yourself, what you say about others, you create an environment that brings certain relationships to you or repels certain relationships from you that you may want in your life. And so I want to talk about the role of the story and paying attention to the threads in our lives around relationships. And then briefly, I want to talk about the role of mentors, sponsors, and coaches, because you cannot do this work in community and lead well without having people that serve as a support, who will call you out when you need to be called out, and who will let you know that you are doing great when sometimes you may not feel that way. And then as leaders, how do we lead relationally? And so we'll end with some rules of engagement that I think are important. And then I always give homework to people. I'm a professor at heart. And so you're going to have a 30, 60, 90-day plan that I hope you will implement when this is done. I can't help it. I will walk in a grocery store and find a lesson to be able to tell somebody. So sorry. So anyway, I want to start with this. Why are we so busy? And I want you to talk to me in this. This is not a lecture, but I want you to talk to me. Why are we so busy to connect? Why do we think we don't have time?
Mm-hmm. That's for anyone, correct?
Yeah, that's anybody. Why?
Okay.
Why are you too busy to connect?
I think we want to stay in our comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
People are
Good.
moving too fast and doing too much.
Yes, overcommitted.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And at the core of that, if we're honest, and it's another presentation, that's about boundaries.
Right. That's
And,
right.
and there may be people that we're allowing in our lives to take up space that could be used for other experiences and people to be there. So the issue isn't necessarily the overcommitment. It is, what are the things that are taking up space in your life that shouldn't be there, that are creating barriers for you to getting the relationships that you want, that can move your trajectory to further your purpose and destiny. Any other comments on why we're too busy? Those are good. Well,
there's a comment. Yes, you see the comment in the chat. Bonnie says, we don't believe that it will increase our happiness as much as it does.
That is so true, because we see relationships as work, and they are. But to be able to get the fruit of anything, you're going to have to put in some level of investment. And we don't see, especially in Western culture, we do not see the value of relationships, because we see people as a tool to get a need met, and not necessarily seeing people as an enhancement to who we are and to making our lives better. It's really interesting when we look at this quote around time poverty, which is something I was not familiar with, but there is this concept called time poverty. And so as our economies grow, we're starting to make money, we're doing well. What we begin to do is put a price on time, because you hear people saying things like, my time is money. I don't have time for this. And it is because we equate our time to a dollar amount. And so as economies grow more and we're making more money, we feel like relationships are not worth our time. So we can't put a price tag on people. And so we go, it's not important because all of these other things are. And what we fail to realize is that having relationships enhances our lives in ways that many of us are so unaware of, but today we're going to talk about it. So it's important to recognize when we start having this ideal of time poverty, that's when we begin to start negating the value of relationships and people, because they don't meet the dollar amount that we put on other things. Cynthia, you got your hand up.
Well, I like this subject because I'm on the other side. I'm always reaching out to people and I even talk to people in grocery stores about what kind of salad dressing they're buying. And I just like to initiate like real life conversations, not because I'm lonely or anything, but I'm notorious for this. And I constantly come across people that I think they're just so caught up in thinking that it's so important to get everything done on their list, you know, and they're just like have this narrow scope, and it doesn't include, I don't know how to say it, it doesn't include the moment and the joy, like the joy I get out of really being present in every moment wherever I am and not headed towards something is so amazing. And I keep walking through, I walk through life, and then I'm looking for people who can maybe, you know, hey, how are you doing? And they're like, nobody is there, you know. They're like going somewhere, they're on their phone, or they're, you know, and it's like, we're all the same. Why are they scared of me? I mean, I'm, you know, but anyway, that's enough for now.
But it's not that, I agree with you. I don't think it's that even people are scared of, I think some may be because of what media has done to create this fear and create this us versus them mentality. So I think that's a lot of what is going on. And I think the pandemic has really done something in terms of relationship building. I remember I was in the store one day and there were these two beautiful boys, and their mom and grandmother were in line. And one of the little boys just came up to me and started talking nonstop. And his mom was so concerned because, you know, it's stranger danger. And me and kids, I'm just like, yeah, don't understand anything he's saying, but I'm just like, yeah, tell me more, tell me more. And we're talking, and the other child is holding on so tight to her. And she says to me, during this pandemic, my kids have been at home with me the entire time. They have not had relationships with other people. And so the older baby was talking to me because he just was craving relationship, and the other one was terrified because I've only been with my mom. What a world we're about to walk in when we watch these kids grow up. And we are not paying attention to the impact that this is having relationally on children, on parents. And so I had to calm her, and I said, you're doing an amazing job. And she looked, and her eyes start to tear up, and she goes, I didn't feel like that. I said, you're raising amazing children. This baby wants to talk to me. That speaks volumes of him feeling safe and confident. You did that. We have got to begin to start creating these spaces just like what you're doing to talk to people and encourage them. Because part of why we're so busy is we are trying to hide from something and make ourselves feel validated to feel important.
There's a lot of fear. I mean, I'm talking about pre-pandemic. I mean, I was like this, and then people were, you know, still kind of shut down. But now I actually make an extra effort because fear is so high right now. And like, I'll go out to the lake, and I will, during the pandemic, and I'll bring and I'll record a video with nature, and people will be walking by with masks. And I'm having a good time. I'm just enjoying the fresh air, and they can't figure that out. It was like, how can she get into that state of mind when I'm so like suffering? You know?
But you're modeling a behavior that more of us need to do.
Right.
And that's the thing. I think that if we want to see liberation in people, we have to model what that looks like. And that's what you're doing.
We're going to just
keep doing it.
We're going to keep, you know, getting controlled by. Well, anyway, I'll stand. Go ahead.
No, we're here, girl. We're here. I'm with you. So let me get through this because I want Falami to go. Francois, thank you. Instead of going, Francois, I'll never invite you back again to anything. So one of the things that's so important for us to recognize is that relationships have an impact, just like what we were just talking about, that Gallup has started they've been doing this for a while. They have these well-being indicators. It's fascinating that they can predict when there are going to be breakouts of war, or if there's going to be hostility. They can predict some of that based on these well-being indicators. And I would strongly encourage you to look this up. I have the web address here. But what they have discovered is that these well-being indicators, several of them involve relationships. So it's the social piece. When people feel safe or don't feel safe, just like we were talking about, then you begin to see the anxiety go up. That creates this us versus them. Community, not feeling safe physically. So these 5 elements are very important in our well-being. And if you notice, several of them are about relationships and connecting to others. And then the other thing I want to point out is I love the Blue Zone research. So if you're not familiar with that, please look that up, because real quickly, it is this researcher found these pockets of communities around the world. In Japan, there's one in Loma Linda, California, where there are people who live, many people who live to be over 100 years old. And they found out several things that many of these people do for the longevity. And much of it has to do with relationships. They're part of a faith community, you know, and believe in something bigger, not necessarily, you know, any particular one, but they have that connection. They do social things together and they hang out. One of the things I love is they drink a glass of wine, which I was like, well, I may live for a nice amount of time, you know, so they enjoy life. They play games and go places. And so part of their longevity is because of the relationships. And one of the other things is that they felt a sense of purpose, that they felt like they weren't here just for themselves, that there was something bigger than themselves that was here. But the other thing that's so critical to pay attention to is even the relationships that we have can impact our longevity on the negative side. And we know that. There's another study, the Framingham study, that showed that when people smoke, other folks around them start smoking. And when people are happy, other people around them are happy. So things like happiness and loneliness are contagious. And so depending on your social network can determine what your health looks like. So it's not just relationships for the purpose of just hanging out with people. There is an implication on your health when you're not in community. And community is important for us. So our identities are tied to the stories that we tell about ourselves, that we tell about relationships. I won't get into a whole lot about McAdams' work because I love his stuff, but he talks a lot about role development. And when we begin to start telling the stories, it's usually around adolescence where we have this, you know, actors and plots that exist in our lives. And so our identities are important in building relationships. Relationships are critical not only to the way that we see others, but how we see ourselves. Those relationships shape the way we see ourselves. And so I'm going to do something real quick, which is why this is longer, is I want to tell you my story so that you can see some things. So I grew up in Shreveport, Louisiana, which you can probably hear the very southern drawl. And Shreveport is North Louisiana, for those of you who are not familiar. It's very close to the border of Texas. We are probably 30 minutes from one of the small towns in Texas. So in terms of culture, we tend to be a whole lot like East Texas. My mother is from Central Louisiana. And so anywhere from like Natchitoches, which is probably an hour from Shreveport on down, tends to have more of a South Louisiana culture like New Orleans. So tend to be very liberal and open, and they love to have a good time. North Louisiana tends to be very conservative. And so Shreveport is a city that is 50% plus Black, but not in, Black folks are not in control, and a lot of poverty. Louisiana as a state has enormous poverty. So I grew up in an environment where I had parents who, or my grandparents, who did not go to college. My grandfather, as you can see, World War II veteran, beautiful man, 6 feet plus. That's my grandmother. And so they met and stayed married for 53 years until my grandfather passed away. So family for me was very important. I was always around these people. Who I am is because of family. And so my parents were also very instrumental in who I am as a person. My mom and dad met in high school at 14 years old and were high school sweethearts, went to college together, and then got married out of college. That's my uncle, who is 70 some years old now and is a hoot and still is dating. I'll leave that alone. And so, and I'm going to talk about his dating life because it's exciting. But anyway, so I grew up being around folks who were so tight-knit. Family was always important, despite the environment that we were around and the poverty that existed. it didn't impact us in the way that a lot of people think because of the relationships we had. And so my dad went to college. My mom went for a year and didn't graduate. Dad went and graduated. He was Mr. Paul Quinn College in 1970, went to get a job as a teacher and realized he was not going to make as much money. And my dad started waiting tables. And as a result of waiting tables, he met a man named Abe Rittman, who taught him the business of a restaurant. And so I'll talk a bit about that and a little bit and how that shaped me. But here I am. You can see it's dated and kind of the timeline we're talking about here. But I grew up around my parents. They had me fairly young, 23, 22 years old. And so I grew up with them. So it has been an experience to have had your parents as your friends for a little bit because they were so close in age. Family also was important growing up. That's my cousin, the little boy. His mother had him when she was in college and she did not want him. And my parents said, no, you can't put him up for adoption. And so they took him in and raised him as my brother. The little girl is my cousin Jackie. I would always go spend summers with her and her family and the rest of my cousins every summer in Houston, Texas. And so family was always important. So we grew up with family being friends. And then my dad, after leaving Abe's restaurant, started his own business. So I learned a lot about entrepreneurship watching my dad, this Black man in the 1980s who had a restaurant that had a live band, bar, all of this. I mean, it was amazing food. And so I got a chance to see the impossible happen in a time when you didn't see Black folks in business in the way that you see today. And so a couple of years after the business opened, our house caught fire. And I had to move in with relatives. We had to split up. My parents moved in with my uncle and aunt. I stayed with my grandparents, and ultimately I ended up moving in with them. But I'm in 9th grade and my house is caught on fire. My hair is falling out because of the stress that's going on. But in the midst of that, there was this lady named Sharon Settlemeyer, who was one of my teachers. Well, she wasn't a teacher, she was a teacher at the school. And she really helped me to see my leadership and was critical in pushing me. Sharon Settlemeyer didn't look like me, didn't have the same experiences as I did in life, but she saw something in me and pushed me to run for school leadership positions. And by the time I graduated, I was secretary of our student body. So I went to a high school that was, my graduating class had only 74 Black people in it, out of almost 300 folks. Is a school that was a magnet program, special school. We had to be bused from our neighborhoods to be able to go to this school. But in that place, I learned a whole lot about class division and race. I left Louisiana and I got out of there as fast as I can and went to Texas and got involved at UT Arlington. Met this man and started dating him. But I was super involved on college, on campus, because no one else was, and no one told me I couldn't. So I remember I moved into the dorm, and the first night we had, second night or so, we had elections for dorm president. There were like 20 girls running. I got up and I shared my heart. I didn't go, we're gonna have TVs and I'm gonna promise you this. And I learned in sharing my true story that people would identify with that, and I won unanimously. And so college was something for me that allowed me the opportunity to push myself in ways that I didn't have that in Louisiana. First job I started was a result of volunteering on weekends. I left and went to Oklahoma City and got my master's degree there. And then I got married right after I graduated with my master's degree. I was so cute. And that was years ago. So
you still are.
Thank you. But I was cute then. I didn't even know it. And so my husband is half Japanese. And so having that experience with his mother, and his father was fluent in Japanese because of the military, it was a very different cultural experience that I went through, and understanding how women were viewed by his mother compared to how he was viewed. Very different experience and going through that. And then pregnancy happened about 5 years later. I had this little beautiful girl who is now 21 years old, who stays in my pocketbook. And then my father found out, interesting, I'll say this, we both were sick with pneumonia. His never went away, found out it was cancer. A couple of months later, he passed away. I had an opportunity to go to India, And it was a lady named Sue Sullins who gave me this wonderful opportunity to travel to India with a group of women. I remember folks walking up to me, putting their arms up against mine, going, same, same. And it amazed me because now I go from being this Black woman who lived in Shreveport, Louisiana, going to UT Arlington that was a bit more international, going to Oklahoma City University that was very international, didn't recruit Americans for the most part, and especially Black folk. And then having this experience globally where I'm seeing billboards of all these blonde-haired, blue-eyed folks in India. And it was just the oxymoron of that for me was just like, how is this when this is a sea of brown people, and seeing how the white supremacy was not just in the United States, it was all over the world, and the impact that it had. And yet that changed the way I saw everything and saw what women had experienced in those countries, and looking at my experience as apples to oranges, because poverty in Louisiana was nothing like poverty of what I saw in India. Ended up going to Antioch and meeting some amazing people who challenged me and pushed me in ways I never thought. I say Antioch taught me a love walk. I learned to love very hard at Antioch. And then one of the things that was also critical in my life was the role of mentor. So there in this picture to the left, the man that I'm hugging was my mentor in college. This man stayed with me all the way through, you know, adulthood, marriage, all of that. And he passed away a couple of years ago, but Zeb was such a mentor. But he wasn't just a mentor, he was a coach. He would always open, you know, tell me, you could do this, you could do this. But he opened up doors for me. He was a sponsor. The lady on the, in the other picture is my first boss, that first job I told you about. We're still friends. Michelle Bobadilla was also someone who was not just a coach, was not just a mentor, she was a sponsor. She spoke my name in places that no one else was saying my name. The other man on the end by Zeb is Dr. Delaney. He's a professor, still friend of mine, who does the same thing. Why do I bring this up? Because it is important in your life for you to have people that are coaches, mentors, and sponsors as a leader. You cannot be in this world an impact community if you don't have those people that are speaking into your life in those ways. And sometimes they may do all three, and quite often it's not. It's three separate traits, but it's important to have those. And I've been blessed because those people have walked with me on this journey, challenged me, and told me when I was doing good or when I needed to, you know, change my MO. And so relationships are so important and have been in my life. And I hope that you see this common thread, that in every accomplishment that I have been able to make, it hasn't been me doing the accomplishment by myself. It has been the accomplishment in community with people who supported me. The lady who's in that picture has been my best friend since we were 11 years old. She was supposed to come up this weekend, and my daughter told me, Mama, ask her if she's had a COVID test. And I did, and she went and got the test, and she has COVID. So she's home today sick, and she's really sick. So I was like, thank God. I hate that she has it, but thank God that little girl said, Mama, you may want to ask, because she's been at a conference this weekend. But that's been my buddy forever. And I'm blessed because I have those kinds of relationships with people that have been in my life since middle school. So relationships are key. So I could not be who I am today without those relationships. And so I hope that you see the common thread of this. You have to understand your own narrative, because when we don't pay attention to the stories that we tell about ourselves and our relationships, then we don't understand why we keep getting what we're getting. So it's important for you to know the role of relationships in your own story. What is the role of community? Because you see, even in my story, there are all these different kinds of community. There's the family community. I didn't mention my faith community that was very instrumental. My academic community. The work that I do at the State Fair of Texas, I'm doing in a low-income community where I'm able to make grants and do these signature programs. But it's been because of all these relationships that have walked with me all this time have helped me build my social capital. And that's what I want you to think about today. And we'll talk a little bit about that. You also have to think about, in recognizing your own story, the power of people walking with you. Who are your coaches? Who are your mentors? Who are your sponsors? And then the importance of continuing your education, because just because I got a PhD doesn't mean I hadn't stopped learning. It is this continuous pursuit of learning. And so for you, I hope that as you heard my story, you begin to start thinking about what are the key themes of your story and how can you leverage those experiences that you've had in your life, good, bad, and ugly, And how do you reframe those things? And don't come up with a lie and tell a whole different story, but how do you reframe those things that are not so positive to see how those experiences shaped and made you who you are? That fire was, oh my God, was so impactful for me. But when I look at how it helped me in a lot of ways, there is a level of sensitivity that I have to people who struggle or who are in poverty that I don't know if I would have had if I had not had that experience. I don't think I could do the job that I do in the community that I'm in if I had not had that experience. So when people go without, I know what that's like. When people don't have a home to live in, I understand. I had to live with relatives. I understand tiptoeing around people because it's their house and I don't know if they really want me there. And I know what that's like. So how do your experiences shape who you are? And beginning to pay attention to that and using it as leverage to help you move forward and move your communities forward. And so we're going to talk about these forms of capital because all of us have access to this. And so even when we are in relationship, we have to think about ourselves, not from a point of lack, but from a point of assets, that we have wealth that we actually bring to the table. And so social capital is my thing. I really want to come up with another term. John Wergen has been on me for years of, you need to come up with something else because you don't like it. I don't, and I don't know what the other word is, so it's coming. But social capital is this term that was coined by a man named Hannafin, who saw some parents talking early 1900s, and they're talking, and he says they're exchanging social capital. And so they were telling each other resources to help them. So social capital is really about, you know, associations, relationships, it's your networks. And so thinking about those connections are important. For me, I have a problem with the term because capital denotes that it's something transactional. And to me, that's problematic because all relationships should not be transactional. But we all have these networks. So how do you pay attention to your own social capital and use that for the greater good? But there are all these other forms of capital that exist. Man, when we really begin to start seeing how rich we are, instead of always seeing the financial capital stuff, but beginning to look at the natural resources that we have access to, or our intellectual capital, the ideas and the knowledge that we have, or our faith and our prayer life and meditating, or even the cultural capital, the songs, the rituals. There is this author, and I didn't put this in this presentation. I love her work. Her name is Tara Yasso. And she talks about this community cultural wealth model. And what she says is that in communities, there are all these assets that first generation low-income children have, that they have access to cultural capital, that they have resistance capital, navigational capital, that when they go through challenges, they know how to navigate through those because they have so many obstacles that they have to deal with. And so we don't ever look at ourselves as having access like this. And we sure as hell don't look at other people and go, they have these resources to them. So we dismiss people because we don't think they have anything, and they do. So how do we begin to start paying attention to the capital that we have and others have, and using that as currency to move the needle to change our neighborhoods and our communities? So a few rules of engagement, and I'm watching my time so I can hurry up. Knowing your story is going to help you better connect to people, because when your story is one that's negative, then you're going to attract negativity to you. So pay attention to what you're saying about yourself, because you create your world by speaking into an existence every single day. Pay attention to the value, and I didn't talk about a lot about this, of bonding and bridging social capital. So there are several types of social capital. I'll talk about these two. Bonding social capital is connecting to people that are just like you. That's easy. We all do that because it's comfortable. It's not bad. It's problematic when that's all you do, though. The goal is to do bridging social capital. How do you connect to people that are very different than you? Because that's where you're going to get the experiences and you're going to get perspective changes. When I did my dissertation, I brought together a group of women who were very different. And it was so interesting because two of the women were unemployed. One was African-American, one was white. And they had such different experiences around unemployment. The white female was worried about not having the title, because the title is, was part of her identity. And so she didn't know what to do about that. The Black female was just trying to figure out, how am I going to survive and navigate? And getting them together to share their stories and how they then worked with each other was amazing. But they would have never had the perspective of the other if they had not been in community and proximity. Proximity is important. So even in my life, if you see this thread, there were so many different kinds of people that showed up in my life. Had I not had those experiences along with the bonding, I wouldn't be who I am. So how do you make sure that you're doing both in your life? The other one is the work of Amanda Sinclair. I love this woman's work. Annie, one of the first books I read in the program was her stuff. And she talked about the leaders of Enron and WorldCom and how these people created identities because they didn't deal with their stuff. So as we talk about being relational, we got to deal with our stuff before we contaminate other people and create stories that end up impacting other people's lives. Our stories are shaped by where we live, me coming from Shreveport, Louisiana, our language, gender, race, being a Black woman, all those things impact and shape our stories. That's not negative, it's who we are. And we have to expect that for others, that their experiences shape who they are as well. And we could be missing out on some real connections with people because of our perceptions about them. When you know their story, like looking at me, you would have never known my house caught a fire when I was a teenager. Would never had that idea. But until you got in proximity and in community with me, you learn my story and it gives you a different way of seeing me. And then you will advocate for me very differently because of having the experience of knowing me and knowing my story. It's important that when we talk about leadership, that leaders must understand the power of relational leadership, that we cannot do this thing of power over with people. It doesn't work. It hadn't been working. I don't know why we hadn't figured it out yet. It doesn't work. We have to start thinking about power with. How do we share power with people and bring people to the table? And what I would challenge you to do today is think about who's missing from your network. As we talk about all these different experiences, when you walk in rooms and look around the table and everybody in the room looks like you need to be the one who stops and goes, let's stop this right now. There are people missing from the table, but you can't do that until you analyze your own network. So pay attention to who's in your network. And if they're not there, I'm not beating you up. You have an opportunity in 22 to change what that looks like and begin to start bringing people into your network who can inform you. And what folks have to get over now is this idea of, because people think differently than you, their problem. So I have not met one person I agree with 100%. Let me be honest, I don't agree with me 100% of the time. There are things that I do and I'm like, girl, what were you thinking? That was dumb. So if I can't agree with me all the time, how do I expect that with other people? We have to be okay with people having differences of opinion. It's okay. Now, when the opinion is hateful and oppressive, that's a whole nother conversation. But disagreeing on things, we're going to do that. We got to learn how to be in community with each other and agree to disagree and work through those things. But leaders, we have got to learn how to be relational with our folks. One of the things I always have my team to do, I always ask them, what do you need from me? I am very clear on they have a life outside of the work that they do for me. So if that's not going very well, they're going to bring that to work. And I have to know that they bring the totality of who they are. Leaders have to embrace that we bring our emotions and all of those other things to the table. The thing that's so important for me is that we have to recognize that when we're leaders, we don't do this work in isolation. That just like you have a story, everyone else around you has a story that shapes who they are. And so we are here not to save people. Folks go to church and do all kind of other stuff and mosque and everything else to be saved. That's not our job. We are here to support people. This is my favorite quote, and I always end with this. Go to the people, live with them, love them, learn from them, work with them, start with what they have, build on what they know. And in the end, when the work is done, the people will rejoice and they will say, not you did it, we did it. That we empower people using the power of knowing who we are and knowing who they are, and we empower them because they already got the power in them anyway. And they do the work because we're in community and we're supporting them and not trying to save them. So what I would love for you to do as we close, and I rush through this, I'm on time, I want you to create your 30, 60, 90-day plan. I want you to think about who is in your network at this point and who's missing. I want you to start thinking about how do you leverage existing relationships. Most of us on LinkedIn, we don't know half the people that we friend on Facebook or any of those things, but how do you begin to twice a month spend time with someone new or leverage an existing relationship? When you do that, by the end of the year, what your network will look like will be amazing. So begin to start thinking about those people that are missing and who needs to be at your table to inform you so that you can do the work that you're doing in community with those perspectives. The goal isn't to tell other people's story. As I heard earlier, it's not to tell their story, but it's to be able to be an advocate for folks and say, here's the story you need to hear, and bringing them in. And then you want to identify the assets. As we talked about all those things that we have access to, thinking about the assets in your own community, who's missing and how do we, again, bring them to the table? Because that's going to be important. So that's your plan for 30, 60, 90 days. How are you going to build your network and begin to diversify it and leverage those existing relationships to make them stronger and better for you to change the world? Any ahas that you may have, say them while we got a few minutes. I'm doing time good. Yay.
Yes.
Yay. I am doing
Yes.
it. And then I had to rush through. And then this is my contact information. I really do answer emails. I don't do text well because I'm of a generation that is struggling with that, but I do answer emails.
Yeah.
So definitely reach out.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, so many nuggets. I mean, I'm again writing feverishly over here, but I know that you're going to have to leave us. So I want to offer the time right now, really quickly, for anyone that has any questions or comments that you directly would like to ask Dr. Brooker Drew. And can you stop sharing the screen so we can see everybody?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. Yes, Dr. Nikki.
I feel like I'm a student in this. Amazing. What a blessing. My question to you is, and I think based on what I know of you, we are a little similar. How do we balance? How do we balance so we're not burnt out, so we're not exhausted, so we're not frustrated? How do we balance?
So this year, I have 3 buckets that help me determine that. What brings me joy? What takes my time away from me? And is this a space or place that is liberating and fulfilling? If it cannot do those 3 things, then I don't need to do it. That even includes work. If work gets to a place, and I love what I do, I'm very fortunate. There are issues, don't get me wrong, but I'm blessed because I get to do what I love to do. But when it gets to a point that it is draining me and I hate to wake up and show up there, I need to get out of that. If there is a relationship that is not working for me, then I need to reevaluate that because it doesn't bring me joy. And so that's how I'm starting to create my boundaries this year, because as a giver, it is easy to overextend yourself because people pull on you. And then on top of that, then you want to give more and help people because that's just in you. But it's being strategic about your resources because you only have so many hours in a day and it's only one of you. So how do you plant seeds in others? One of the things I see in my life now is the difference between success and significance. We focus on success, but I'm really looking at this ideal of significance. Significance is legacy. So how am I building a pipeline of dropping seeds and depositing in others so that they can bloom when I can't be there and do the work? That's what we got to do. This is how we got to talk. And we're going to get together. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh, Bonnie, that course is it. Yeah. Bonnie put in the chat this course. I started taking that and then I was like, yeah, I'm getting a little busy last year, but it's an excellent course.
Any other questions, comments, any reactions for Dr. Brooker Drew? She brought it. I see there's a lot of excitement here in the chat. So any comments?
I've got one I'll throw out there.
Go ahead, Joe.
Throw it.
Don't you think that there's a value to retreating? Like a value to just saying, you know what, I need to just go inside and reflect for a while. I don't want any of this shit. I don't want anybody around me. I don't want to communicate with anybody because it's all too much for me right now. I just need to hang out and go inside. In other words, just retreating.
You're absolutely right. I do silent retreats. I haven't been able to do it during COVID, but I actually go to a monastery, or there's a another one. I can't even think of the name right now for the ladies. I do those.
Convent.
And yes, and there's a beautiful one in Grand Prairie, Texas, and they don't talk to you. Now COVID may have changed a whole lot of being able to do that, but I really am a big proponent of silent retreats, that you leave your cell phone in your car and you spend time listening to your thoughts and staying away from other people. You cannot be effective if you're pouring out of an empty cup. You just can't. So absolutely, I think having powerful relationships requires the space to reflect and retreat. And many of us don't have the time to reflect because we're so busy going, and then we burn out. So you have to have moments of retreat and reflection. I would also encourage you at the end of every day, you need to sit down and process your day and reflect on your day. Because see, then you dream all that crap and then wake up, you're so, oh my God, what's wrong? I dreamed of a big monster coming and eating my boss. Well, it's because you didn't sit down and process all that. So you may have wanted that monster to eat your boss, who knows? But you have to process your day because all that stuff gets jumbled. So making sure that reflection is a part of your life where you can course correct when it's needed is important. And the retreat and the space to do that is critical. Totally agree.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Cynthia, did you have a quick question?
Just a quick thing, you know, now that I'm older, I spend like 90% of my time with myself. And then I make sure I take care, I eat right, I walk, I'm like notorious, the sun is coming in, for self-care, no drugs, no alcohol, for 20 years, that kind of thing. And then when I have energy, it spills over. Then I do numerology readings, and there's so much joy and so much connection when those happen that I'm filled up for a certain amount of time, after. And I've learned to only do what I exactly want to do. And I do not do one thing that that's not in alignment with my higher,
yes,
calling. And I haven't been like in bad relationships for 20 years, and I haven't had any of those kind of problems. It's cleared up so much.
That's awesome.
So many things are cleared up by really having clear choices and not being sloppy. I decided to throw that in.
But that's awesome, because what that says is you created space for love and joy and peace and all those other things to come in your life because you remove those things that block it.
Right.
And so
and I got rid of so many people, like in California.
God, yes.
Last year, I got rid of everybody close to me because they turned crazy during this pandemic. And I'm so free now because I don't have to listen to them thinking I'm not a good person. But the point is, I sing in choirs, virtual choirs in Agape, with my and all the Afro-American women. And that's where my joy really comes out. And it's amazing. It's such a beautiful experience. And that's where I kind of focus.
So you found community, and I hope for all of you that you find places and communities that affirm you and support you and remind you of the greatness that's within you. And if you haven't found it, then you've got to start working to get that, because you deserve it.
Yeah. And then I sing in the church here at Unity. We had a Christmas thing, and it was so, I was like, oh, people, there's humans. Oh my God, we're like singing together and we're laughing, I forgot what that was like,
Right.
I was so high for like a week after. I had to like come down again, I was like, oh my God,
cool.
Back to me again. Oh no,
Well, Cynthia, thank you for sharing. I know that Dr. Booker Drew has to leave shortly, but I do want to let Lewis have one comment or question, and then we'll let you go if you don't mind.
Cool.
First of all, I loved your presentation. Thank you so much. I love your name even more. But I just wanted to say that community is how we've survived. As African folk, it is what has sustained us. And
yes.
So I thought your presentation was apropos in highlighting the importance and significance of having mentors and coaches. I mean, I feel so blessed to have all of the same friends that I've had for the past, 30 plus years, high school, middle school, college, all just still a part of my close network and my close community of folk, and the new people that I've met now since I've been at Antioch, like Dr. Falami and Jennifer, and the community that I've helped to build and create while being a part of the university. But it's so significant for our spiritual well-being, for our ability to remain grounded and to have people in your life that are willing to tell you the truth. So that you can make the necessary adjustments and improvements for your life. So I just appreciated your presentation, and I just wanted to let you know that.
You were mic drop. Just that alone, that's the mic drop. We can go on that. The doors of the church are open. We can go on that. We're done with, that's good.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dr. Booker Drew.
Y'all.
Yes, love to you, and thank you so much. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and have discussions with our presenters, Jennifer and Dr. Nikki, and they have some questions for you, because this is about dialogue. This is about us having conversation today, not just listening, but being in conversation. So just 5 minutes, quickly stretch, come back, and we will continue. Okay, we should be back. Hopefully you have stretched. The day is going by quickly, and thank you for staying on today and taking time out of your schedule to be a part. And so I'm very appreciative of that. And so we don't have much longer. And so those of you who have participated in the colloquium before know that pretty much I typically line up 3, 4, maybe even 5 presenters to come to you and share. And today I wanted to, again, to be a little bit different, to be in dialogue, for us all to be in dialogue. And so with that, I asked the presenters to come up with one question that they could pose to our community, and for you all to engage in some conversations for this last few minutes of our time together. So I'd like to ask both Dr. Nikki and Jennifer to share their questions, and it is free for all. My hope is that you all will unmute yourself and to share your thoughts about the question that they pose. So either of you, you can begin first, and anyone can share and answer.
You go ahead first, Nikki.
Thank you, thank you. So my question is pretty broad, and I think it covers everything that we've heard today. And I'll give a little story before I ask my question. You might have heard about the fire in Philadelphia, which took the lives of 12 individuals, and a week later, one in New York that took the lives of 19 individuals. And we had a city meeting this past week, because I'm doing some racial equity work for the police department. And everybody was in mourning, and rightly so. And I asked the question, when did we become okay with people living the way they live? When did we become okay with people living under bridges in 20 degrees weather? When did we become okay with it until we are not? And same thing, when did we become okay with women not being treated equitably? When did we become okay with women not having the same opportunities as their male colleagues, or a racial difference? When did we become okay? And I just wanted to say that, and you can sit with that for a minute. And my question is broad. How do we change the narrative? What are some practical ways we can change the narrative if we're not okay with how things are today?
And
I'm going to jump in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. So my mentor in the IMA program is Dr. Joseph Cronin. And one of the first conversations that I had with him, he talked about how when you dehumanize someone else, you dehumanize yourself in the process. So I would say that here in America, it started with the dehumanization of a whole entire group of people and reducing them to capital. And when you reduce someone to capital, you yourself are being reduced to capital. And so we live in a society where it's not about who you are, it's about what you can do. And how we reverse that. And I'm very happy to have heard your presentation, Jennifer's presentation, the other presenters' presentation, because it very much so fed into the thesis that I'm going into, which is the power of language, and how if we just are able to tell our stories, speak our truth, and listen to each other, that can reaffirm our humanity. So we have those internal reconciliation that we need to do, but we also have to do it in a way where it is a matter of self-care. And it is a matter of, at the same time, recognizing the truth of what has happened to us.
So the external factors that dehumanize us will lessen as well.
Thank you, Tia.
Thank you. I just love how you curated today's presentations. They all just flowed together so beautifully. And in the very first presentation, the whole idea of, you know, when 30%, when we reach 30% or more of a particular demographic in a, and I'm thinking in a board setting, how the influence shifts so dramatically and importantly. And this was touched on a little bit by Dr. Booker Drew too, just in the context of our, you know, how we are socialized, how we tell our stories, with whom we share them, and in the kinds of relationships that we cultivate outside of our sort of like, you know, comfort space, right? And how all these things are so critically important. And then the question is, for me, you know, what is the role? What is my role? You know, and I know nothing, you know, what is my role in helping to remedy these historic disproportionalities? And I've been humbled by all of these discussions going back this last year or so, or 2 years, between Black Lives Matter and Me Too coming more to the forefront. I'm in the television industry, and it may not surprise any of you, but you know, every new general manager of every new television station in the United States that's being announced right now is a woman. And that is a direct result of the elevated Me Too conversation, coupled with the elevated Black Lives Matter conversation. You know, I've chaired the board of directors for a long time of the Van Ness Recovery House. It's the oldest recovery home for LGBT people in the United States. These are people who are recovering from drug and alcohol addiction. Our clients are 100% of them are homeless when they come to us. Most of them are dual or triply diagnosed, often HIV positive. 75% are persons of color, 30% are non-binary. And I recently resigned as chairperson. I've stayed on the board, but I realized in this larger question of what are the things that I can do. And I realized, you know, sort of the days of like 65-year-old white guys running organizations like that are over, you know, and that just my stepping back was a way to shift the conversation in our whole organization. And I didn't do it with any fanfare. I'm not trying to make some big, you know, rich, what a cool guy he is. It's just, there's just these incremental things, you know, that I can do, you know, and that was one of them. But anyway, thank you. This is super illuminating. I'm so glad that you're doing it, and I'm very excited about this whole program. And thank you.
Rich, I'll just say this, and I'm sure you're probably doing it. It's not just about stepping back, but also supporting while you step back. So I encourage you to do that as well.
Indeed, thank you.
And Rich, if I could just comment really quickly to what you just said, I would also say that we do need white men that stand in these spaces who do understand some of what it is that you're bringing forward. Because you can speak the language of other white men that I cannot speak, that other people cannot speak. And so if you're standing in a space as an ally and as somebody who really is fighting to be able to create a level of equilibrium, you do hold space. So we don't need you to necessarily leave the space, because there's not that many of you there. So you do have a significant role to play, even as a white man in those spaces, filling in those gaps without question. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Dr. Smithke. Appreciate it.
Who else?
Hi, this is John. I'd like to just contribute into that. Hey, thank you, Louis. Thank you, Rich. I'd just like to contribute and say that we are all people. We are all contributors. We are all beings, our animals, our plants, our rocks, our trees. Let us all appreciate everything that we all can contribute. Not dismissing what you said, Louis. I mean, even though I don't think it's a direct way to go with all of us who are here that would have something to contribute. Rich is here. I'm here. I don't know if I have any more than he or you or an animal or a rock. But I think we do know that we all appreciate everything that we do have. And basically should try to appreciate and enjoy the contributions that we all know are acknowledged and appreciated by everyone who contributes. I don't want to diminish anyone or anything in our contribution.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Joe?
Hi. I don't want to take up much space here, but I think that's a really compelling question. How did we allow this? And part of the answer to that is, on some levels, we have always allowed it. Now, people have struggled overcoming 450 years of slavery, overcoming thousands of years of patriarchy we're not fully, we haven't fully overcome them, but we've struggled against them. We've struggled for something else, right? And the Women's March right after Trump was elected in January of 17, I think, was the largest protest in American history. And it took place all over the country at the same time. Hundreds of thousands of people in moderately sized cities, and 1.5 million in Washington, D.C. The Black Lives Matter protests took place again all over the country. They weren't just concentrated in the places where these executions took place. The point is that there's a lot of collective action happening, stirring, that the pot has been stirred. Here's my challenge, is why don't we have a container, a political container for that? In other words, is the Democratic Party really a liberating party? Is that doing anything to collect that really, I would say, activist sentiment that has been stirred? Or do we need a new political apparatus to take our concerns to another level? Because right now, I'm not seeing anything in Washington that I consider to be really hopeful about addressing all of the issues that were raised during the Women's March period and during the Black Lives Matter protests. I challenge all of us to form a new politics that's collectively concentrated on changing all those things that were just mentioned.
Joe, I'm gonna jump in and respond, and I see a hand up. And I do not know enough about politics, and I choose not to know enough about politics. But politics as it is represents such a small percentage of the population. Is that the answer to form another one? My question is for every individual on here, when did we become okay with walking by someone who is experiencing homelessness and we go about our business without thinking about them any at all? When did we become okay with seeing this happen every day? I hear it, I hear that this happened 400 years ago, but today, we are all guilty of it. We walk by someone, we do not even see them anymore. We see someone suffering and we just go about our business. How do we change that? I'm more interested in changing that. I genuinely think politics is a huge part of the problem. I don't think forming another one is going to help. How do we form small pockets where we are to make the change that is necessary where we are?
Responding to that, well, I think for me, one of the things that has made it difficult for me to tell my story is that I don't share values with a lot of people. And part of some of the things that I've done like aren't consistent with my values either. Like I worked writing business news for a while, and that doesn't coincide with my values. But before that, when I lived in the US, I did run a street newspaper and edit a street newspaper, and which gave like people who are homeless the opportunity to like make a bit of a living and tell their stories. So I really felt like that work was fulfilling, and like being friends with people was fulfilling, and advocating with homeless people was fulfilling. And in regards to politics, I think we're all seeing, like with the Biden presidency, that the Democrats are really just a party that serves to co-opt social movements and it's used to and like people even on the left of the Democratic Party, I think, are used to sheepdog activists into the Democratic Party, which ultimately is a party that represents the 1%. And you know, there have been studies like that public opinion has absolutely no connection to legislation that is passed, like zero. So we really have no influence over our politicians. They respond to the donors. And I think, you know, Joe, I agree that we need something different, a new way of organizing. But I don't know if a new party is correct either, because, you know, it wouldn't get on the ballot for one thing, with the ballot access rules that they have being so strict. So those are my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Catherine. Any other thoughts about Dr. Nikki's question? I'm looking here. Cynthia, is that you? Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I'm not sure I really have any answer. However, you know, I am that person that I saw a homeless guy the other day. He was like dead on the sidewalk and didn't move, and people just walked by him and like sort of walked over him and blah blah blah, you know, didn't pay any attention. Right here in Boulder, Colorado, downtown, you know, nice area. And I just, you know, I said, wait, hold on here, you know. And I called 911, the ambulance, and they said he would have died within 5 minutes if I didn't call, you know. And I've noticed this a lot. It's like people need to wake up and care, you know. People are like, they're in this closed bubble of fear, you know, and people just don't care. That's all I really have to say. And I've always been a person who cares. Maybe I'm a Leo, I don't know why, you know, I just do. I just can't not care. If something is right in front of me, you know, I will go into it and look at it and see what can I do here. But I think what the teacher said was to start like a container, not necessarily a political, you know, movement, but some kind of a thing to embrace people who want to make a difference and care, you know, without, I don't know, without any kind of trip going on. I think at the core, I mean, you said, how did it happen? Well, people are angry. They're caught up in themselves. They're like, you know, they're too into like their own shit, you know? and they're not paying attention to the bigger picture or what's around them. I don't know. So there's some element of not caring and that has to, we need to wake up to the fact that we are connected and we're one person and we're here to experience that connection and that love and compassion for each other. And who cares about race and all that? Just look at how we can connect.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
I just want to say one other thing, Dr. Falami. Tia, I'm so excited to hear what you're hoping to work on. And the power of narrative is something that we all need to think a lot more about as we move forward with our own work. The words we use, and I'll encourage everyone, not calling anyone out, moving forward, try to use the word people experiencing homelessness rather than saying a homeless person or a homeless guy or a home, because it's labeling, it's degrading, it points to them versus us. So just wanted to say that. But think through on the narrative of what we're saying, how we're saying it, and that goes a far way as well.
Thank you. Jennifer, I did see your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to just answer Nikki's question through an earth-based spirituality lens, actually. And, you know, one of the most powerful things about ceremony, especially if it's done with a diverse group of people, is that it does get us out of our bubbles and out of the people that we're maybe used to engaging with the most, so that we can really have access to other people and how they experience the world. And my experience in ceremony, which is the way that I contribute to the world, and I believe we all have a way to contribute to the world that's unique to each of us. So it's not like it's a one way for everybody, but that what I see in ceremony is people are completely overwhelmed. It's not that they don't care, but they have no idea where to start. And so I think the power of ceremony, which, you know, to answer Joe's query of earlier, we need to do ceremony individually to heal ourselves, but then we also need to do ceremony together. It's like an infinity loop. You can't just do ceremony with groups all the time. You also need to go and take time to do your internal work. And so both of those reflective processes together is what I see has led to the biggest change. Because, you know, and I think that work with, I think, sorry, I forget the gentleman's name, Rich, who was talking about how he stepped away from an organization so somebody else could move forward. This is, you know, when we listen to people telling us, you know, Black people, Indigenous people, they know what needs to be done to improve their communities. They are the experts. And so when we listen to stories or we listen to people sharing in these circles, you know, if we're listening and we're taking in what's happening as people outside those communities, those folks are telling us what we need to do. It's very clear. And so then it becomes a process. And I am speaking to a lot of my white friends out there, because there's a tremendous amount of shame and guilt and overwhelm at the actions that our ancestors trespassed on Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And so part of our work, because we are here alive today, is to do that healing work that our ancestors couldn't or wouldn't do. It is this practice of learning to listen without diminishing another person's experience. You know, I can't share what those folks are experiencing, but for instance, you know, I'm very active in Indigenous communities. My foster kids are Indigenous. I don't know what it's like in my life's experience to experience a genocide and to be trying to recover from a genocide. But to be a good foster parent to my kids, I need to be willing to enter those spaces, knowing I'm going to be hated. There's a lot of people that don't want me in those spaces. That's okay. That's part of the trauma. And my job is to enter those spaces with curiosity with openness, seeing what I need to do to heal and change so that I'm not contributing to the problem, but that in my life, in my actions, in my words, that I'm learning to dismantle those systems that my ancestors helped to create. And because I have mixed ancestry, I have African ancestors and I have European ancestors. So for me, I'm doing the work of my ancestors. They're working through me. And so I think when we bring it down to how can I heal myself, and then what actions can I take in my own life, however that looks, however small seeming, that make a difference. Because I agree, I don't think that we're going to make a dent through political action. I think all these movements that have started that have really changed public consciousness have come through the grassroots. They haven't required a ton of money or cash or donors or anything. It's just everyday people doing what they need to do, doing what spirit and their conscience and their values are calling them to do. So I think it can be a lot smaller than we think, and in that way ripple out and create a bigger change that's needed.
And just qualifying my response to Joe as well, to say I'm not saying we don't need it. I'm saying we need that alongside something else. It can't be just grassroots. We're living in a system that is way beyond our control. How do we work together? How do we have authentic conversations? How do we listen without having a response before the person has even finished talking? And I'm very sensitive to this, Jennifer, what you just said. As a Jamaican, I grew up seeing white men come from the United States to fix our problem that they defined was our problem. They didn't listen to us. They didn't realize it was a tank, a water tank people needed, because there's this idea that they don't know what's good for them. How do we change that? How do we change that idea that they don't know what's good for them, right? There's so many systems based on that narrative. How do we change? And I know it's ridiculously difficult. It's hard. So I'm really appreciating this conversation.
Any other thoughts? I see some chatter going on in the chat, which is good. Anyone would like to unmute?
I'm unmuted. This is John. I'd just like to add, thanks, Jennifer. And what I'd like to most express is that I do believe we need to get contributions from every one of us who is here in society, in this world. Even our homeless people on the street may have something to offer us that we do not know. I think it is it's something that we should not do, to assume that we know better than anyone else. There are people on the street who've had experiences that we have not had, that we may learn from. These are people, these are beings. And I mean, all that I'm saying is that I don't know it all. If I see someone on the street and I see them all the time in Seattle, Washington on 3rd Avenue in tents, I don't know if I can walk up to them and say, do you need a sandwich? Maybe they can tell me, do you know where the nearest ATM is? All I'm saying is that we are all contributors into the society, and we should not assume that we are better than, or no more than, or greater than. That's my contribution, and I'm like, I want to help, but I think the most important thing is that we should need to want to help. We should not always assume that we know more than the other person, and that that only we can help, rather than asking, how can you help me? Because you want to know, don't you? Where is the street that I need to go to? You know, that homeless person may be able to tell you. That's it.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Anyone else? Jen, do you want to throw out your question?
Yeah, my question was inspired by our meeting yesterday. So all the presenters and folks that are putting this on, including Dr. Shalami, we had a meeting yesterday, and Shalami said this is the first panel she's ever put together that's an all-female panel. And it struck me when you said that, Falami, that probably a lot of people don't have experience listening to women's voices in such an intimate setting with such intimate topics. And I'm going to put something out there that I always put out in ceremony when we debrief at the end is, what was the insight that you gained as an individual participating in today's colloquium? What's something that you're taking home with you to sort of, meditate on or think about some more?
Great question.
If I can answer or respond, I should say not answer, respond to Jennifer's question, but also just say that I think one of the great things about this presentation today, both that Dr. Smith Key brought to the table and the other presenter and you, Jen, is that there are multiple ways to solve problems. That there is not just one route that we can take. Folk have mentioned a number of things, a shift in the body politic, right? Playing the insider's game by affecting change from the inside, by being a part of what's happening, by having a seat at the table to affect systemic change, right? Revolutionary, transformational impact. So there is not just one way that we can approach what I call, radical hope and radical healing. That there are multiple ways that we can attack, address, redress, right, some of the challenges that we face. And all you really need is to have a deep commitment to what we call the human experiment, to make the lives of others better, right? My grandmother used to always say, I spoke about her earlier, and one of the things that she would always say is that, listen, as I send you out into the world, I've provided you with all the tools that you need to be a good person, okay? Respect yourself and others, okay? Remember that there is something that is bigger than you in the universe that exists, that is greater than everything that you are, right? Live your life with integrity and honor, right? You will make mistakes, but do not allow those mistakes to define you or consume you, right? You are resilient. And so I think that if we use kind of those basic tenets of how we function, of how we live, of how we approach racism and white supremacy, how we approach disadvantages in the criminal justice system, how we approach the lack of spiritual clarity, all of these components, homelessness, and the list can go on and on. If we approach them with some of those foundational kind of codes of ethics, I think we'll all come out on the end in the right place. We may not get there the same way, okay? But we'll come out on the right way. So that's what I would say, Jen. That's what I'm pondering. I'm pondering all of the multitude of approaches to solving many of the ills and challenges that we face as a people.
Thank you, Louis. Who else? I would love to hear from some folks that we haven't heard from today. They've just been absorbing all of this wonderfulness. So if you wouldn't mind, and I know sometimes it takes a minute to process, and that reflection form is a great time to let your voice be heard in the reflection form. However, I still would love to be able to let others hear from you, to hear what you have to say about today.
I'll answer Jen's question if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Something I am going to be taking from this day, and also I took restorative justice last spring, is just thinking about relationships and community and how much they are lacking from my life personally and just from problem solving in society in general. And I feel like I'm always pondering that. And this day is going to help me continue to ponder that. You know, where is relationship and community missing in my life? Where is relationship and community missing in other people's lives around me? You know, Jen, the idea of processing trauma in a healing group circle is just incredible. Just that visual. You know, I processed a specific trauma with a therapist, somebody I didn't really know, who specialized in this thing and was processing it with me one-on-one, but I didn't take that beyond the therapist's office. So the idea of processing a trauma in a circle of supportive, healing people is just amazing to me. And it's so that's sort of what I'm pondering this whole day is what that looks like and how that could just transform so many people's healing experience.
I just want to say too, Kimberly, to add to what you were saying, that gathering with groups of people that support you and that love you, this is free. Not everybody has access to therapy. And so I think part of the focusing on gathering is that it's a process that really levels the playing field for everybody. Everybody can participate. And, you know, the other thing I would say is that when we are in these collective spaces, that it's not necessarily about processing, you know, because it is more about, a lot of it is about allowing yourself to continue to open and learn, but also to, so that you know that you're not alone. There's other people facing the same things. And that when we come together, just by listening to how other people have faced things, that we can actually apply different strategies in our own lives, that we can even organize, you know. That's how this book, The Women's Power Stories, came together, was that we knew that we then had to collect these stories and put them in a book to share with other people. So the healing ripples out. You know, no one was paid. This is all free. I'm offering the book for free. And so there's this other thing that this, I agree, I hate the term social capital. I'm like, we're not, you know, money-making machines. We're humans. And so humanizing these terms, where we get back to extended family and relationships, I think is really important for healing.
Any other comments or questions? Answers to Jennifer's question. Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Yeah, someone else wanted to jump in. You can go ahead. Catherine, did you want to go ahead?
No, I've already gone. You go.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I appreciate you know, the community. I'm a somatic therapist by trade, and so my work all day is supporting others and sourcing their trauma wound and then reconnecting with their bodies to, you know, befriend again. And what I noticed in my one-on-one sessions was that while very impactful, the community was, there was a desired community in that space as well. And so now I offer community collective healing, right? I just had one this morning, and the power, the transformation in those sessions where there's like 20 people, and some people never speak, they never share, but but at the end, they list what they got from just hearing other people's experiences and watching their physical transformation as we go through this like trauma sourcing. There's such safety in the group witness, right? Allowing your story to be said and heard, and other people holding it for you, right? Bearing witness to your experience. That I think that power is, it's beyond even most of our ability to recognize what's really going on there, like the real transformation of holding space for the story and the experience. And so, you know, prior to getting into trauma healing myself, I was very uncomfortable in group settings like this. I didn't get the value. They kind of felt like a burden. And now that I've gone into my own trauma healing, I value so much just being in a group, right? Even if I don't share, but just the listening and I may take something someone said and I'll think about it 3 days later and be like, oh, I can relate to that too. Even if it doesn't hit me that day, but later, because I was there, because I listened to like the tone in their voice, you know, and then I recognize that same tone in my voice later. I go, oh, there's that same commonality, right? So then suddenly I'm not alone. So I value Antioch in so many ways. It has completely transformed me. And, you know, I just want to say that I'm grateful and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Glad you are here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just to piggyback off of Sarah, I was just having a discussion with Joe last week during one of my classes and was talking about how amazing Antioch has been. And I can feel, I can finally feel like myself. I don't hide myself with Antioch. I think that Antioch has done such a fantastic, phenomenal thing with the IMA program, the liberal just ability to just love and have compassion and care. I've been so fortunate to have some really passionate and wonderful instructors that I would never have had the opportunity to meet if I did not choose Antioch. And I think instead of me choosing Antioch, I think Antioch chose me. Thank you.
Thank you, Melody. Well said. Glad you are here. Glad you're here. Any other closing responses, thoughts, or questions? I have a couple of announcements before I turn it back over to Joe to close us out.
Dr. Falami, I just want to say thank you for inviting me to this space. Thank you all for allowing me to share in this space. I'm always uplifted by it. Antioch is very, very special to me. So thank you. Thank you for being who you are. Thank you for being a part of this program.
Yes.
I feel what you said, Melody. Antioch, the universe put us together for a reason. We need to figure it out. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah, I want to take a moment to just reflect that we have these 3 women presenters, and not as a downer or anything, just it's just like it's appreciation of the pain that is distinct in the woman's experience and how that's transmuted into this whole new level of compassion and passion and leadership. I mean, that's the title, right? You know, and the women shall lead. So it's just, there's something so refreshing, because when I see events that are gathered towards specifically towards women, there's just this intimacy that it's just so, it's healing, and it rejuvenates. So I know I'm kind of stepping away from this experience, just further just have this conviction of like there's this magical quality that happens when women gather who have allowed themselves to experience pain and to be vulnerable and to transmute that into some sort of action that makes sense for ourselves. So yeah, so thank you so much, Dr. Falami, and just the team that you gathered for this event. I think it's so what's needed. I just love the scope of intellectual and ceremony and ritual. I mean, just wow, we're able to move through so many worlds because it's so centered in the heart.
Beautifully said, beautifully said. And thank you, Vanessa. Any other comments or thoughts? So a couple things to share with you. Each Wednesday, we hold space, we offer space called the Collective Breath for you to gather in community and just to be and to share contemplative practices. And I invite you to come each Wednesday, unless I say that we're not going to have it that Wednesday. I'd like for you last week or this week, we had Vanessa to lead us in meditation. You never know what you will get when you attend, but it will be a practice that will allow you just to take some time for self-care for 30 minutes, all right? Might be 35 minutes, but 30 minutes. And so you can find that information on AU Connect, the Collective Breath. Also, February the 17th, we began our community conversations again. And this time, and moving forward, we're inviting our learners to facilitate the conversation. We are so excited that you're going to engage in dialogue about your independent studies. And so February 17th at 6:00 p.m. Eastern Time, we are going to have our first presenter, our learner, Brother Lewis Thomas, who will be our first presenter. So please, I hope that you can come. You will see that information in AU Connect. And I will be reaching out, or Joe will reach out to some of you to share your studies. This is an opportunity for us to learn what each other, what we're doing, and to cultivate conversation around your studies. So I'm excited about the community conversations. Also, there's so much. We are doing so much. So I really want you to share. I did not forget to talk about the hashtags today, but please invite someone for our next colloquium in May. Also invite someone to our community conversation in February. And then also invite, we're going to have Dr. Smith Key on our And the Conversation Continues podcast, which will continue the conversation that she had today. So if you enjoyed her today, you're going to get more of her. So look out for more information about the podcast. So I am so grateful for all of you for hanging out with us today. And again, the reflection, make sure Dr. Smith Key has put her information in the chat. Feel free to reach out to her. And Jennifer also put her information there. I think it's jennifer.ingracio.com. And Dr. Booker Drew also shared her information as well. So stay in contact with these phenomenal women. And this is the way that we continue that relationship that Dr. Booker Drew talked about, right? So Joe, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay. I will be very brief. I just want to say thank you, all of you, for coming. But all the presenters were just fabulous. Love you all. Care a great deal about all of the things that were raised today. I think one thing I heard very clear is that we are the solution. We don't need to look outside ourselves. We need to look within ourselves and see how we can contribute to a solution that makes sense. All of us have things to share. Now, Falami just mentioned a number of initiatives that are again underway. The Collective Breath, please come and just bring who you are and what you have. Lewis is going to lead us in a discussion about some of the, Falami had this amazing epiphany the other day. and we were talking about, you know, something to get these community conversations going. And she's like, why don't we have our students just present some of their classes? They have, because we were kind of itemizing all of the cool stuff you're doing. And it's like, we need to like put this somewhere where people can see what is really going on in this program, because it is amazes me. You know, I just the people on my screen. I've got you know, Kimberly's doing stuff on Syrian art activism. Lewis is doing a whole series of different classes. I'm going to be doing one with him on white fragility. Catherine's got one on psychedelics, and I don't even remember all the pieces of it. Tila's got one on you know, sex and teaching people in sex education, I guess would be a simple way to put that. But the point is that we're doing some amazing stuff just in our classes. And to me, this all shows that we all really do care deeply about this world we live in, and we want to change it. We have ways to change it. So let's keep working. You know, I understand that we're not the greatest communicators, and there's a lot of things with this program that need work and all the rest of it. And we understand this is all a work in progress, but you all make the IMA what it is. And Jen, I can't thank you enough for your presentation. Falami, I can't thank you enough. And Vanessa, I can't thank you enough for all that you bring, all the energy you bring to all of these wonderful students here. And I do mean this from the bottom of my heart. I have deep love for each one of you and what this program is all about. Okay, peace, love, and I wore orange and black.
Oh gosh.
The Cincinnati Bengals have not won a playoff game in 31 years, and that's changing today. All right.
All right. I'd like my presenters to stay back, but everyone, I wish you well. Hope to see you in a month. Take good care of yourself and be safe, or see you on Wednesday, the collective breath. All right. Take care. Okay. Yay! You all were amazing.
That was so good.
That was so good.
Good.
It was wonderful. How do you feel, Jennifer?
I was super nervous this morning, so my partner, she was giving me a pep talk, you know. I mean, I've done this in universities before where I speak about earth-based practices and, you know, indigenous spirituality, but it's different when I